Hello, hello. Hey, what up from the UK? Amazon.
B, State of Connecticut Conditions of Interstate Parole. C, State of Connecticut Release Directions. D, New York State Certificate of Release to Community Supervision. E, State of New York Special Condition of Release to Parole Supervision. F, Notice of Parole Violation. G, Parole Violation Report. H, Video and screenshots of video of offender holding a firearm. I, PO's call history of state phone. J, screenshots of text threads. K, Connecticut general statutes. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and those other documents that I marked? And did you review those, sir?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No, we do not.
Okay, we have no witnesses. So at this time, the state is going to have an opportunity to make a short statement or testify with respect to probable cause and the severity of the allegations. I am going to swear in both Mr. Smith as well as P.O. Rosa in the event that they do want to speak today. So just raise your right hand for me, please. You solemnly swear, solemnly affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, on penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, P.O. Rosa, would you like to say anything?
I mean, I do want to add that this matter was reported to Hartford police. I have been in contact with them. They have reported to me that they are working on an arrest warrant for Mr. Smith. I mean, you could clearly see that Miss Berry and Mr. Smith were both contacting me in the middle of the night on the same night. The video clearly has the phone number up top where most of these threatening messages are from. There's no questioning that Mr. Smith in the FaceTime video, and Ms. Pitter on the, identified herself on the bottom right-hand corner. There's a full protective order. It's a New York condition. It's a Connecticut condition. And he continues to, have contact with her and making these threats.
Oh, bad. And welcome to a brand new episode of You Have a Collect Call From. And this is a board of parole hearing for the state of Connecticut.
Thank you.
And yes, this is live.
It's now defense's opportunity to respond, make a short statement, and testify with respect to probable cause and severity of the allegations, if you'd like to at this time.
So just to start off, this is an interstate, so I don't believe I can testify as to the seriousness of the allegations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So as to charge 3, the search, refusing to provide the passcode to the phone, I've got no comment. As to charge 1 and 2, they're the same factual basis. There's absolutely no proof and evidence. There's absolutely nothing in evidence as to who 203-836-4989 belongs to. There are no identifiers. The most important element we have here that's missing in any of this evidence is time. We know for a fact that this data was sent from what we believe to be the alleged victim on 2/23/25. We have no idea, nor can we verify when any of this data, when any of these texts occurred, who entered these texts. There's no data as to who entered these texts into the phone. There are numerous telephone numbers, 929-688-1823, 203-836-4989.
Is that my phone number?
409-213-9311. I'm just looking at Exhibit J here. 646-868-578. There are absolutely no identifiers. There's been no evidence put on the record as to whose phone this is, whose phone number this is, who had access to these phones. So I don't believe there's any proof whatsoever or any foundation whatsoever to make a finding as to who entered these, whose phones these are, and more importantly, what time, when these were entered on the phone. We know, if the allegations are true, that this data, that these alleged videos didn't occur in 2025 because the alleged timestamp is from 2024. We still don't know. We don't know for certain. We don't even know under the probable cause standard when these videos were taken. They could have been uploaded to that phone in 2024 from a prior date. So there's absolutely no foundation. Is there probable cause to believe by the PO's testimony that this is my client in the picture? Well, possibly. Maybe that meets the probable cause standard, that this is my client and this is the alleged victim in the bottom right corner of Exhibit H. But in order to prove whether or not he possessed a firearm, that has to be capable of firing a shot under that statute. It has to be an actual firearm. It has to be operational. We don't know if that's a toy. We don't know if that's a facsimile firearm. There is absolutely no evidence as to whether or not that is an actual firearm. Just because it looks like a duck, acts like a duck, smells like a duck, that's not proof. That's not probable cause that it's a duck. It could be a picture of a duck. Here we have to know if it's operational. We have to know if it's an actual firearm. We can't prove that. There's no evidence as to that. And more importantly, regarding the violation of a protective order charge or allegation, under charge 1, obey the law, or under the no contact, there was no protective order submitted. There's no protective order in evidence. We have absolutely no proof that he violated a protective order because we have no proof there is a protective order. So I don't believe the probable cause charge is met as to charge 1 or charge 2. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
What do you guys think? Do you think he contacted her?
Say anything else you may?
Nah. Hey, and thank you guys from the UK.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
I mean, you could clearly see from the video the phone number up top in Mr. Smith in the video. And also, how they're both contacted me on the same date. So it's clear that they have that contact.
There it is. Whoop, there it is.
My only response to that is that those are assumptions. That's not evidence. Those are assumptions that happened. Just like we have absolutely no idea. We're assuming that that's his telephone. We're assuming, plus there's all those other telephone numbers. We're assuming a lot in this case. And unfortunately or fortunately, this is a legal standards that we have to deal with here. And there is no evidence. We can't assume in a legal hearing. Thank you.
You know what? Well, this isn't a court. This is not a court. This is a parole board hearing.
Want to say anything else?
So the preponderance of evidence.
Before I announce my findings.
I can't tell you the website.
I didn't the protective order in as evidence because I was told we couldn't scan anything from the collect system in as evidence. But I would think that the board could see that there's a protective order in place.
If you want to check it out, check out my YouTube page.
My only response to that is that it's
CollectCallFrom.
not in evidence. Thank you.
Yeah, so for this, it's just a panel, and they don't have the same rules as a court. So
I'll be right with you with my findings.
pretty much the parole board, they could do whatever they want to do. Hey, what's up? Hey, afternoon, Ned. Hey, welcome. Hey, appreciate you guys from the UK coming in. Appreciate you guys from Australia, New Zealand, from Europe, the US. Hey, I appreciate all you guys. And if you're not tapping, you must napping. Also, if you guys go ahead and do me a favor and hit that follow button, it's free 99. Hey, what's up from Canada? We're back at it again. Hey, I got a few hours on my hands, so we're going to be on for a few hours today, all right? So definitely appreciate it. Hey, cool. Aunt, gracias. Highly appreciate that. And I'm James, collect call James, if you will. And you have a collect call from. Hello from California. That's right. That's the hometown right there. Los Angeles. Hello from Michigan. I love this. That's right. What jail is this? This is actually in a prison. I'm not sure what prison, but it's in Connecticut, if you will. Where is this taking place? In Connecticut. So yeah, hey, so if you guys don't like how it looks, because it's on my projector, you could see it on full 1080p on my YT page, which is right here. Hello from Manchester at CollectCallFrom. And these, when I'm not on TikTok, I'm still running
so
these.
I'm going to announce my findings. And as we have stated previously, because you're an interstate case in New York, revocation proceedings will not occur in this state due to that. So the decision on your release will be made by New York as well as our interstate unit. Okay? Just so you're aware of that.
What he do? So he was in violation. He contacted his girlfriend while on parole.
And as well, if you do get pending charges, just so you know, you're not going to be released until those charges are disposed of, and then they'll determine your release if charges do come before you are released. Okay, just so you know. So on charge 1, I do make a finding of probable cause, obey all laws, obedience to the law, as well as New York Condition 8, based on evidence that was presented, as well as testimony. And this is exhibits B through E and H through K.
Damn.
On charge 2, I do make a finding probable cause condition, no contact, as well as New York condition 17 based on evidence testimony presented, which is exhibits B through E and H, I, and J. I do not make a finding on charge 3 search. I'm making no finding probable cause based on there being insufficient evidence to support the charge for that. As was stated before, so I'm going to turn this over now. As I said, release will be determined by New York as well as interstate. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you're all set for today.
So you're more than able to call me in the future if you have any questions about the status. Okay. So give me a call. And when I hear something, or if I hear something, I'll call you. Otherwise, you'll hear from your PO or someone from parole. Okay.
Okay.
Good luck, sir.
Hey, I think.
All right. Good luck. You're all set,
Thank
sir.
you.
I think this is.
All right.
I think
Thank
this
you,
is.
Rosa.
I think this is Bridgeport.
Have a good day.
If this guy's name was Smith Dwayne, then this would be Bridgeport.
So it is 10 o'clock. So I'll jump to Alicia.
Next. All right. So, hey, welcome. Nah, that one ain't going nowhere. So right now, I think what's happening right now on these is they were recently picked up, so they're determining how much time they're gonna if they're gonna keep them, or they're gonna be able to be let out. So right now, they take breaks in between these hearings on these here. So we just gotta wait for the next one to start up. I'm not sure how long it's gonna take for it to start up, but these are live. They're real time, and they're actually happening right now. Let me see, and I'll take them. Let me see.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Listen to their names, because
Hi, can I please see Alicia first, then Concepcion, and then Shannon?
Okay, great.
Thank you.
all right. So this location, they switched it over to a different location. Right now, they're in Carl Robinson. I know some of you guys want to know what location this is. So this is Carl Robinson in the state of Connecticut. Got hit or what? His time, no, they didn't let him know what his time was. Not yet, at least. Yesterday was bananas. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit different than yesterday's.
Good morning, Mr. Alicia.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I have your attorney here. We're going to get started with your revocation hearing, all right?
I live in
Okay.
Connecticut. That's right, D. Hell yeah. Hey, I like it when people are familiar with these areas and whatnot. Even if you haven't done so, is this the same dude from yesterday?
Good morning. I'm
No.
Theo Meisinger, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a revocation hearing starting out Julio, number 329019. Today is March 11, 2025. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Carl Robinson Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing. Public access to this hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
Julio Alisab 329019.
You have counsel here today. Please identify yourself for the record.
Yes, Public Defender Robert Famagletti of the Parole Revocation Unit. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated the conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence, that is. The better leader evidence must establish that more probable than not the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation or one or more conditions of your parole, I'll reinstate parole to release you, place you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make a recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing would be provided to justify additional confinement.
Welcome, Tony.
So this is the procedure for the hearing. I'm going to read you your rights. Then I'm going to review the parole violation charge, the state your appeal is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. Counsel will then have an opportunity to present a relevant testimony. After considering all the evidence presented, I'll announce my findings. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure?
No, I do not.
I do not. I don't believe we do.
Okay. You have important rights today. The right to have an attorney present. You have counsel here. You have a right to receive the written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
Yes, I did.
You have a right to view the evidence against you, right to submit evidence supporting your case. At this hearing, right to call and examine voluntary witnesses to cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to move forward?
Yes, I do.
All right, so now review the charge, state your appeal is bringing against you, any information underlying each charge. So charge 1 on release direction reporting. Your charging officer reported on 10/29/24. You're instructed to report the New Haven District Parole Office on 11/26/24. On 11/26/24, you failed to report as instructed. You do not make contact with your PO to inform her of any reason that would have prevented you from reporting. Charge 2 on release direction program participation. Your officer stated on 10/29/24, you're instructed to participate in a treating alcohol dependence program on 11/22/24. It was reported by the program that you had not attended group on 11/13, 11/18, and 11/20/24. Charge 3, residents. Charging officer reported as of 8/27/24. Your only full-proof address was on Greenwich Ave, 2nd floor, New Haven. On 12/3/24, it was reported by your landlord they were no longer renting or residing there. You do not have any other parole-approved address at that time. Charge 4, release direction absconder. Your charging officer reported on 11/26/24, you failed to report as instructed to New Haven District Parole Office. On 12/3/24, your PO was notified by your landlord that you were no longer residing or renting at your only parole-approved address. At no time from 11/26/24 through the writing of this report have you attempted to make contact with your PO. Attempts to locate you in the community were unsuccessful until 12/27/24 when you were located by New Haven Police Department and brought to a local hospital. On charge 5 under bail laws drugs, your charging officer reported on 1/11/24. You used cocaine as evidenced by your signed voluntary drug admission. On 3/1/24, you used cocaine as evidenced by your signed voluntary drug admission. On 3/11/24, you used cocaine as evidenced by your signed voluntary drug admission. On 3/13/24, you used cocaine and fentanyl as evidenced by your signed voluntary drug admission.
Right.
On charge 6 under additional conditions, no consumption of alcoholic beverages. Your charging officer reported on 10/24/24, you consumed alcohol as evidenced by your signed voluntary admission. Charge 7, under halfway house placement, your charging officer reported on 1/11/24, while residing at CPA halfway house, you were issued a pass to attend treatment appointment from 6:15 p.m. to 8:45 p.m. You did not return to the halfway house until 11:30 p.m. Your whereabouts community were entirely known from 8:45 p.m. until 11:30 p.m. This is a violation of the written rules of the halfway house. On 3/1/24, residing at CPA halfway house, you were issued a pass to attend work from 4:30 a.m. to 4:15 p.m. You did not return to the halfway house until 9:55 p.m. Your whereabouts of community were entirely known from 4:30 a.m. until 9:55 p.m. On 3/13/24, residing at CPA halfway house, you were issued a pass to attend work from 4:30 a.m. to 4:15 p.m. You did not show up for your shift. You were unaccountable in the community from 4:30 a.m. to 5:45 p.m. On 6/10/24, residing at Walter Brooks halfway house, you admitted smoking marijuana in your room. This caused a fire alarm to go off. A subsequent emergency response to the New Haven Fire Department. And the state has filed the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification purposes as Exhibit A, signed conditions of parole, B, Rem national custody form, C, notice of parole violation, D, parole violation report, E, signed halfway house agreement, F, community partners in action resident handbook, G, Walter Brooks resident handbook, H, signed offender misconducts, I, voluntary admission and positive test results for prohibited substances, J, work release drug screening forms, K, coordinate health solutions lab reports, L, WRP disciplinary action reports, M, residential disciplinary reports, N, email correspondence, O, community partners in action investigation incident reports, P, audio recordings, Q, board of partners in parole decision information summary, and R is board of partners in parole's rev summary, other was decision information summary. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and those other documents I marked, and did you review those?
Yes, we have.
Yes.
Okay. On council's filed the following exhibit pre-marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit 1, list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. Do you need to continue hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No, we do not.
Right. We have no witness at this time, so it's now defense's opportunity if you'd like to present evidence, speak to any of the evidence at this time.
Yes, regarding the preponderance standard, charges 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all related in that, unfortunately, at the end of November of 2024 and early December, my client was evicted. And so it's not as if he failed to be in his residence or he absconded or he didn't report. He was actually evicted by his landlord. He was, quote, no longer renting there, not there. Unfortunately, the landlord didn't say he had been evicted. And so my client was out on the street. He was off his meds. When he's off his meds, he quotes, he loses focus. He goes crazy. That's his quote. Mental health is a key for him. And so I don't believe the preponderance standard is met because it was not of his volition that he was not housed and he was evicted. I have no comment as to the preponderance standard as the remainder of the charges. I would like to speak to them afterwards.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'll be right with you with my findings.
Connecticut, in the state of Connecticut, if you will. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Also, sharing is caring. If you guys go and share these streams with the ones you love, I would highly appreciate it. Hey, what's up, David Rodriguez? Well, damn.
All right, so I'm going to announce my findings. So on that charge 1, I do find you violated condition reporting based on evidence provided in support of the charge, which is exhibits A and D. On charge 2, I do find you violated condition program participation based on evidence provided in support of the charge, which is exhibits A, D, and N. On charge 3, I do find you violate condition residence based on evidence provided, which is exhibits A, D, and N. On charge 4, I do find you violate the condition absconder based on evidence provided in support of the charge, which is exhibits A and D. On charge 5, I do find you violate conditional bail laws drugs based on evidence provided, which is exhibits A, I, H, L, and J. On charge 6, I do find you violate condition no consumption of alcoholic beverages based on evidence that was provided, which is exhibits A, I, and H. And on that charge 7, I do find you violated condition, additional board condition halfway house placement. This is based on evidence that was provided, which is exhibits A, E, O, L, M, and H. And this concludes the fact-finding portion of the hearing. Before I make a recommendation, council will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So if you would like to at this time.
Yes. So I'd like you to look at the totality of the circumstances here. He's on parole for basically a year. He only has very limited, maybe 4 halfway house placement violations, the last being him smoking marijuana last June. The other one, he was a couple of hours late. He's got 1 use of alcohol admitted in a year. He's got 4 uses of cocaine, all in March and January of last year, and he was placed in the App Foundation, which he successfully completed. So I believe those have been addressed. And as I argued earlier, the first 4, he was evicted. And so he was off his medication. He was living on the street. He's been seeing a psychiatrist one time every 2 weeks. He's level on his meds now. He needs mental health treatment. Like he says, when he gets off the track, he loses focus. This eviction was a huge stressor in his life. But other than that, he was doing very well until he was gone for approximately 1 month on the street. I believe at the preliminary hearing, his parole officer was present, and I believe one of the things she said is, look, I didn't know you were homeless. You should have just reached out to me. I believe that they have a good relationship. I think there's a willingness to work with each other. And other than him being homeless, it's almost, I don't want to say it's a good thing that he got incarcerated, but he's level now. He's focused now. He's been on his medication. And so where he wasn't focused was basically out of control when he was out on the street. He's in a great position now to succeed. He's 40 years of age. He's single. He's got a 20 and 17-year-old sons. He gets a lot of support from his family, his mother, his father, his 2 sisters, his brother. He obtained his GED, even though he only completed the 9th grade in the community, and he did that while incarcerated. Back in 2024, he got his OSHA 10 and Flagger certificates. He's been worked in the past at Taylor and Fenn Company in Windsor, and he can return to his jobs. He was working full-time at Town Fair Tire and McDonald's. Simultaneously, he was holding 2 jobs. His left leg is retaining water. He signed up to volunteer at the YMCA in Naugatuck and Waterbury. He had been on GPS monitoring back in January, and I believe he did well with that. He's medication compliant now, and he is interested in studying counseling and being in a halfway house in Middletown. If you can't place in Middletown, then his second choice is Bridgeport. Once again, he's stable. He's amenable to parole. He's been incarcerated now for about 3 months. I don't think additional incarceration will do him any good. He's stable now. He's ready to succeed. He's willing to cooperate. He's got a proven good record on parole. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for the information. I'll be right with you with my recommendation.
Thank you.
So I do want the record, I'll put on the record, you did receive 11 misconducts in that period that you were out for a little over a year. You do have 2 prior violations, one for absconding, as well as a technical and a prior top placement. So this is your 3rd violation on this period of supervision since you were released in December of 21. Per our records, you also do have a history of failing community release. You failed 5 out of your past 5 attempts. So based on the information today, as well as the information I just stated, I am going to recommend parole be revoked to be re-paroled for August 26, 2025. It's about an 8-month period of confinement as a sanction. I recommend the following parole conditions: halfway house placement, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, mental health treatment, and compliance is deemed necessary. No contact with co-defendants, Raymond Gonzalez. No contact with your victim, JG. This was operation of motor vehicle. My findings are going to the parole board on March 20th. So the board's going to make the decision. So they can lessen that sanction. Obviously, they can let you out as soon as March 20th. They can agree with me for August 26th. They do have the ability to hold you in longer, as well as revoke all the special parole. You are on parole till April of 27. So you do have still have a lengthy period of supervision to go. Do you have any questions, sir? You're going to know what their decision is. You can talk to your attorney on March 20th or the day after, and you will get it in writing from the parole board about a week after March 20th. You'll get it in the mail. It'll say what your re-parole date is if they give you one and what your conditions are.
Okay, no problem.
So you can give us a call, sir, the day after the hearing. Give our office a call on the 21st of March.
Okay, no problem.
And we'll let you know what happened. Okay, sir?
All right. Well, have a great day.
Call me if you have any questions.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
All right.
take
You're
care.
all set.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, hearing examiner Meisinger.
I just
Thank
came
you.
back on,
Have a
Melissa.
good day.
You too.
The last one I did was at 11 p.m. last night.
What the love?
He does. You know what? Some of them, they've been in and out of the system, so it's nothing new to them. This is something they're used to. So, I mean, why cry? I mean, if you're living that type of life, why are you gonna sit there and cry? Hey, thank you, Net. Highly appreciate that. Ain't no reason to cry. You know what you did. You messed up. You messed up. You know, just take it on the chin and move on from it. And the day you're ready to change, make that change. Yeah, a lot of these individuals are institutionalized. They've been in and out since they were kids. They went into these juvenile facilities.
Good morning,
and
Mr. Concepcion.
Good morning.
Morning. We're here today for your rep hearing. Gonna have your attorney here.
Very right. Damn, that's right, mommy T. Shh. People just never. Some people, some people, that's all they know. They're immature. You got to remember when you're in these institutions. This is Connecticut. When you're in these institutions, like a lot of the individuals you are surrounded by, they have the same type of mentality. They're not. They don't know any better, and they don't mature. Hey guys.
All right, we're going to get started. Good morning, I'm P.O. Meisinger, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is revocation hearings on Exception David, number 406486. Today is March 11, 2025. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Colorado Robinson Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing and public access. This hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
My name is David Concepcion, and my DOC number is 406486.
You have a counsel here today? Please identify yourself.
Sure. Attorney Alfonso Sirico, Public Defender with the Parole Revocation Unit, on behalf of Mr. Concepcion.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated the conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of facts as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove the allegations, but preponderance of evidence, that is, the better weighted evidence must establish that more probable than not the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole, I'll reinstate your parole, place you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make a recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing will be provided to justify additional confinement. So this is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we're going to review the parole violation charges state your PO is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. Counsel will then have an opportunity to present relevant testimony. After considering all of the evidence presented, I'll announce my findings. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure?
No.
Okay. You have important rights at this hearing. The right to have an attorney present. You have counsel here. You've received the written notice of charges of the violation. Did you receive the written notice?
He did.
Yes,
You have a right to view the evidence against you, the right to submit evidence for your case. At this hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to move forward?
yes,
All right, so we'll now review the charge, the state your appeal is bringing against you, and information underlying each charge. And as previously stated, the prelim here, no finding was made at that time. So charge 2, statutory release criteria is not taken into consideration today. So charge 1 under Obey Laws Obedience to the Law states on 11/30/24 you were operating a motor vehicle. It was determined that you were at some fault for a car accident, putting yourself and others at the scene of the accident. Based on your actions, you were charged with evading, unsafe start, passing in a no passing zone. Your actions violated your standard special parole condition. And I will put on the record, I did receive an addendum from PCS regarding that, and it states on 1/27/25, you were convicted of evading responsibility and received unconditional discharge with all other charges nollied. And the state filed the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification purposes as Exhibit A, signed conditions of parole. B, decision information summary. C, parole violation report. D, rev hearing summary. E, CT uniform police crash report ending in 8706. F, Plainville police report ending in 9161. G, judicial branch pending case detail. H, remand to actual custody order. I, parole violation report. And J is notice of parole violation. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and those other documents I marked? Did you review those?
He did.
yes,
And counsel has filed the following exhibit pre-marked for identification purposes. Defense Exhibit 1, list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence? We have no witnesses today. So at this time, defense, you can speak in regards to the
Yeah,
evidence.
just briefly regarding the first charge, I'm obviously going to make a finding. My client did plead to that charge, but it's important to know he did receive an unconditional discharge, did not receive any jail time for that charge. So the addendum you put on the record is correct.
So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to announce my findings. So regarding that charge 1, I do find that you violated the conditional bail laws, obedience to the law, based on your conviction of evading responsibility and received an unconditional discharge with all the charges nollied, as well as evidence that was submitted, which is A, C, and E. That includes the fact-finding portion of this hearing. Before I make my recommendation, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So if you'd like to.
Yes, if I may, on behalf of Mr. Concepcion, before I speak about his history, can we potentially make just one correction? the documents, I did not represent him for the preliminary hearing, and going through the documents there, on more than one occasion, it indicates that my client was out in the community for approximately 9.5 months before being returned to custody. I assuming that's a typo in the documents, because I'm showing that my client was paroled on February 17th of 2023. It was not remanded until November 30th of 2024. So my math, it's not 9.5 months. I believe it should be 1 year and 9.5 months. So I'm not sure if
That's
it's just
correct.
missed in that, but I want to note that for the record, because it's important. It's big difference between 9.5 months and 1 year and 9.5 months, in my opinion. So on behalf of Mr. Concepcion, I am asking to have him reinstated as soon as possible. I know he was a previous violation that goes back a couple of years, but he's been incarcerated on this particular charge since November 30th of 2024. He did receive an unconditional discharge in court. There was a no finding made on charge number 2. My client is 31 years old. He does have three children. He does pay child support for one of his daughters upon his previous release. He was sponsored by Ms. King. I believe he's asking for her to be the sponsor once again. Looks like in 2023, he did obtain his CDL A license after successfully completing the driving academy in Britain. He was last employed doing landscaping, and then he suffered an injury, so he hadn't been working in the recent past. He did report to us he did successfully complete the Explore Domestic Violence Program in 2023 in Bristol. And as I already indicated, Ms. King lives in Terryville. That document I submitted does provide you an address and a phone number for her. So he's been there in the past. Hopefully she gets clearance again. And for backup, should the actual sponsor not work out, he's asking to be placed in the halfway house in the Waterbury jurisdiction. He does wish to enroll in a plumbing program in Porter and Chester Institute, and he does aspire to open his own plumbing business. Thank you.
Thank you. So I listened to testimony and I have read all the documents provided by the state. On the record, defender was in community for about 1 year and 9.5 months. Did receive undischarged for that new conviction of aiding responsibility, as well as does have a prior criminal violation in which he received a 9-month sanction for. Based on all the information, I'm going to recommend that parole be revoked to be re-paroled for March 31st, 2025. It's about a 4-month period of confinement as a sanction. I also recommend the following parole conditions: no consumption of alcoholic beverages, no contact with your co-defendant Travis Hapgood, no contact with your victim LP and AB without PO's permission, behavior management program for domestic violence and operation of a motor vehicle. My findings are going to the parole board on March 20th. The board's going to make the decision that day. If they agree with me, they can also let you up sooner or they can hold you in longer. Do you have any questions?
Yes, so I don't got a date yet to go.
I'm recommending a date of March 31st, but the board has to make the decision. That's a recommendation. So
Okay.
you will know, well, you can speak to your attorney on March 20th and they can give you, or the day after, and they can let you know what the board's decision is.
Okay.
You will get it in writing if you're still there from the parole board the following week in writing.
Okay.
David, quickest way to find out, don't call us on March 20th. Call us on March 21st, which is a Friday.
I will.
Just tell one of my secretaries you had a board review the day before and ask one of them if they adopted the recommendation. If the board adopts it, you'll be out March 31st. You're special parole. So as long as they adopt it on the 20th, they have to let you out the 31st, okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank
All
you.
right, good luck to you.
Thank
You're
you.
all set, sir. Good
Okay.
luck.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Good morning, Mr. Shannon.
Good morning.
Morning. I'll be right with you, okay? I'm just waiting for your parole officer to connect, okay?
No problem.
Morning, P.O. Gerard.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have Shannon here. We're live streaming, so we're going to begin, okay?
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm P.O. Mice here, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a preliminary hearing concerning Shannon Dwayne, number 292454. Today is March 11th, 2025. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Colorado Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing and public access. This hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record, sir?
Dwayne Shannon, inmate number 292454.
And parole officer president, please identify yourself for the record.
Hi, this is P.O. Gerard.
This is a preliminary hearing, which is three purposes under Connecticut law. It's to determine if there is probable cause to believe you commit an act that violated conditions of your parole, determine if the act is sufficiently serious to warrant revocation of your parole, and to determine if you should be held in prison pending further proceedings. The state, not you, responsibility to show there's probable cause to believe you violated one or more conditions of your parole. If I do not find probable cause, I'll reinstate your parole, which is releasing and placing you back on parole supervision. If I find probable cause and determine the act is sufficiently serious to warrant revocation, you may be held in prison pending further proceedings. You should know a preliminary hearing is adverse to a proceeding. Anything you say this hearing can be used against you. This hearing is being recorded. So this is the procedure. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we're going to review the parole violation charge that the state your PO is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. The state will then have an opportunity to just issue probable cause to the allegations. After the state is finished, you will have the same opportunity. At the conclusion of the hearing, I will inform you of my findings, which are based on the available evidence. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your important rights today, the right to have an attorney present. Do you want to continue without counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have right to receive the written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
Yes.
You have a right to view the evidence against you, right to submit evidence for your case. At this hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to move forward?
Yes.
All right, so now review the charge that the state your PO is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. So PO Gerard, please read the charges.
Yes, charge number 1 is program participation. On 2/3/25, 2/4/25, and 2/5/25, you are scheduled to attend your intensive outpatient program at CRT on Market Street for substance abuse programming. You did not attend your groups as scheduled. On 2/20/25, your PO was contacted by a clinician from CRT in Hartford. She informed this PO that you were administratively discharged from your intensive outpatient program on 2/13/25 for missing 3 groups without properly notifying the provider. Charge number 2, drugs. On or around 8/26/24, you used PCP. On or around 9/1/24, you used PCP. On or around 9/8/24, you used PCP. On or around 11/10/24, you used PCP. Charge number 3, no consumption of alcohol beverages. On or around 8/26/24, you used alcohol. Charge number 4, halfway house placement. On 8/26/24, you signed out of the Stein halfway house at 6:45 p.m. to attend DV program at Wheeler Clinic. You returned to the Stein halfway house at 9:45 p.m. Your PO was informed by Wheeler Clinic staff that you did not attend group that day. Therefore, you were unaccountable in the community for approximately 3 hours. On 10/30/24, you signed out of the Stein Halfway House at 10:35 a.m. to attend a job fair at Hartford American Job Center with a return time of 2 p.m. You failed to return to the halfway house at your scheduled time when you returned at 2:16 p.m. Your approved pass was from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Staff members from the halfway house attended the job fair from 11:30 a.m. to 12:50 p.m. and did not see you present. Halfway house staff asked you about the job fair, to which you responded, "It wasn't what I was expecting." You were unaccountable in the community for 3 hours and 41 minutes. On 12/4/25, you signed out of the Stein Halfway House at 3 p.m. for work with an approved return time of 7 a.m. You left work at 8:44 p.m., telling your supervisor that you had a family emergency. You returned to the Stein Halfway House at 6:33 a.m. the next day. On 12/20/24, you signed out of the Stein Halfway House at 3:04 p.m. for work with an approved return time of 7 a.m. You texted your supervisor stating that you had transportation issues and could not go to work. You returned to the Stein Halfway House at 6:41 a.m. the next day. On 01/01/25, you signed out of the Stein Halfway House at 3:02 p.m. for work with an approved return time of 7 a.m. You did not report to work because your job was closed for New Year's Day. You did not inform Halfway House staff of this. You returned to Stein Halfway House at your approved return time. On 01/27/25, you signed out of the Stein Halfway House at 9:15 a.m. on a treatment pass. You had an approved return time of 1 p.m. from CRT. You were expected to report the CRT in Hartford, Connecticut at 300 Market Street, Hartford, Connecticut. Upon your assigned PO conducting a check of your GPS points at 11:35 a.m., you left CRT and traveled in an automobile without authorization to Waterbury, Connecticut. Your GPS points put you at 130 Scott Road, Waterbury, Connecticut for approximately 16 minutes. You then traveled back to Hartford in an automobile without authorization. You signed back in Stein Halfway House at 1:06 p.m. On 2/21/25, you signed out of the Stein Halfway House at 5:46 p.m. to go cash your employment check. You had a return time of 7 p.m. You failed to return to the halfway house at your scheduled time. You returned at 8:04 p.m., leaving you unaccountable in the community for 1 hour and 4 minutes. You were approved to go to 161 Albany Ave, Hartford, which is Connecticut State Check Cashing Services Incorporated. Per your electronic monitoring device, you did not go to this location. Per your electronic monitoring device, you were at 42-44 Monroe Street in Hartford from 6:08 p.m. to 6:23 p.m.
Thank you. And the state is following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification purposes as Exhibit A, notice of parole violation; B, notice of employee rights signed; C, agreement of actual custody order; D, PCS signed conditions; E, halfway house agreement; F, offender misconducts; G, Community Solutions Disciplinary Report; H, offender misconducts; I, Community Solutions Disciplinary Report; J, Redwood Toxicology Lab results 8/29/24; K, offender misconducts; L, Redwood Toxicology Lab reports 9/7/24; M, offender misconduct; N, Redwood Toxicology Lab results 9/13/24; O, offender misconducts; P, Community Solutions Stein Halfway House Disciplinary Report; Q through T, offender misconducts; U, Community Solutions Stein Halfway House Disciplinary Report; V, GPS Monitor Agreement; W, offender misconducts; X, Allied Universal GPS Offender Points Geo-coded; Y, CRT Treatment Unsuccessful Discharge Report; Z, CRT Treatment Provider Email Correspondence; double A and double B, offender misconducts; double C, Allied Universal GPS Offender Point Geo-coded; and double D is parole violation report. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and those other documents I marked, and did you review those, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No.
Okay, we have no witnesses today. At this time, the state is going to have an opportunity to make a short statement or testify with respect to probable cause and the severity of the allegations. I'm going to swear NPO Gerard as well as you, Mr. Shannon, in the event that you would like to speak today. So can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or solemnly affirm, as the case may be, the evidence you shall give during this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
So, P.O. Gerard, would you like to say anything?
Sure. I would just like to say that PCS parole, we had Mr. Shannon under our supervision for approximately 6.5 months, and he was given ample opportunities to abide by his parole conditions and halfway house agreements. And in that short 6.5 month period, he just accumulated numerous misconducts. And this is definitely one of the biggest parole violation reports I've done on someone. And it was only 6.5 months, you know, and I tried to work with Mr. Shannon as much as I could. I had him under my supervision for about half of that time, for about a 3-month period, 3.5 month period. And I tried to work with him as, you know, much as possible, but unfortunately, things didn't work out. So.
Thank you. All right, so it is now your opportunity to respond to parole violation charges against you. However, remember that you may remain silent if you so choose. Would you like to respond to the charges, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I just want to approach the charge one far as the CRT goes, whatever the case may be. It's a 15-session program, and I got 13 sessions completed, whatever the case may be. And I was told by Tony Ann, the facilitator down there, that everything's okay. I'm in the computer far as completion, upon completion, and I could get to the last 2 programs if necessary due to my work schedule, whatever the case may be. That's why I tried to get her number, whatever the case may be, so she can verify that. You feel me? Because she told me that the problem is substance abuse. That's what IOP is for. It's not for attendance. You get what I'm trying to say? I render positive, negative urines the whole time I was there. So that was not an issue. The whole reason I was there is for dirty urines. So I rendered all clean urines while I was there. The whole problem was my attendance. And that's what she was trying to tell me. She's like, it's really not a problem. It's amongst your PO, whatever the case may be. If he have an issue with it, then he have an issue with it. If he don't have an issue with it, I don't have an issue with it. Because due to my work schedule, I'm in a work release program, and that was part of my parole stipulation, was to get a job. So she understood that. So she put my job first, which I understood, and it was no problem. If I was going there rendering dirty urines or negative urines, whatever the case may be, then that's a whole different story. And then as far as the drug goes, is the PCP, like it don't even connect. It got 8, 26, 24 dirty urine. Then it got 901. That's not even 30 days. So I don't understand. Like, of course, I'm gonna. What is that? That's about what, a 10-day span, 10-day, 11 span. So if I do render urine, it's gonna be dirty for PCP, man. With all due respect.
Wait,
you know what I mean? I'm not trying to like justify it or whatever the case may be. If I take a urine in a cup 826 and I take one 901, I mean, to my knowledge, it's gonna be dirty. If I take one 908, which is a week later, I'm pretty sure it will be dirty. You know, so that far as that goes.
Can somebody repeat what he just told me?
The DV classes, I had 17 classes in. We're talking about me missing one class. Yes, I mean, I know that's protocol. We have to talk about it. It's a 26-week program, 6 months. I have 17 classes in, whatever the case may be. Like, we're not looking at that. We're just looking at the bad. That's all they're doing. And like he told me, he only had me for 3 months. 3 months.
Well, the issue is you being unaccountable. That's why this is on here. Is not that you missed a group, it's that you were unaccountable for this time that you should have been there. So
exactly. I went to the program, whatever the case may be. It was late, so I came back. I came back to the halfway house. I waited there, whatever the case may be, because if you come 2 to 3 minutes late, they won't open the door. So to my knowledge, I'm just gonna sit right here until the program director come out, she finished the class, and I'm gonna ask her, can I get it in, this, that, and the third? She explained that to me, which you can call her and verify. She explained that to me. Okay, fine. I supposed to been back at the halfway house at 9:45, which it says here, I was back at 9:45, but I mean, they didn't know that, so I understand they have to write that up. I understand that. I'm not complaining, I'm not arguing that. As far as me going to the check cashing spot, I told them, and I wasn't even supposed to go nowhere. If that was the case, I wasn't even supposed to go there where they're supposed to have me on restrictions, but they sitting here telling me to go, cash my check. If I could give them pay them my rent there. I'm telling them, I don't supposed to be going nowhere. I'm supposed to be on restriction. Whatever the case may be. They tell me, so what, go, cash a check, whatever the case may be. The Albany Avenue, I mean, I have a history. Whatever the case may be, at one point in time, I was indulging in the streets. I wasn't comfortable with going over there to Albany Avenue. I told them that, whatever the case may be. I said, I'm gonna go over here and go cash my check. They said, that's on you. So I said, okay. I went to New Britain Avenue. I went to go do whatever I had to do over there. That's not their problem. That's not the parole problem. What I used to do in the street, whatever the case may be, I wasn't comfortable with going to Albany Avenue for my safety, to my knowledge.
What do you guys think? You guys think they're gonna give him a break?
So that explains that. And my whole thing is like, we just talking about what I wasn't doing, but we're not talking about what I was doing.
Well,
Like
I'm
right
talking
now,
about, I'm talking about the violations now. I'm giving you an opportunity to respond to violations. So no, I'm not talking about anything else at this time. Right now, I'm just looking at the violation and what you want to say in regards to that. I understand that you may have been doing well with a lot of things, but we're not here because you're doing well. We're here because there's a problem. So do you, anything else you want to say in regards to the violation?
there's nothing else to say. I just, the urine situation, whatever the case may be, I just feel as if that doesn't add up. That's all I want to say.
Okay. So I'll be right with you with my findings.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen any of these revocation hearings where they've actually let them out. They normally just hold them and they're they're gonna stay in there for the remaining of whatever time.
Can I add one more thing, man?
Sure.
Another thing, like maybe you could break it down to me, to my knowledge, and make me understand it, is like far as me having a sponsor that's approved or whatever the case may be, and I'm not able to go to my sponsor house. I didn't understand that. I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now with a DVA in charge. With a DVA in charge if I was home. That's what I understand, why I could not go to my sponsor house that was approved.
Well, I can't, I'm not your supervising officer. That's not my, and that just because you can't go to a sponsor yet doesn't mean that you should just do whatever you want either. So you can only go when everything is approved and ready. If it wasn't approved and ready, you can't go. That's not how it works.
It was approved and ready.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know when that's up to them when they transfer you and making sure everything is ready to go. That's nothing to do with what is going on here. That's not an excuse for all of this to occur. I understand the people get frustrated because you don't think things move as fast as you'd like, but unfortunately, we have to follow the process, but things get done appropriately. So we're here today to address, these violations that happened. So I did review all of the evidence that I had received by the state. I did listen to testimony that was provided today. And today we are looking, as I previously stated, at probable cause. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to announce my findings with respect to that. So regarding that charge, one, I do make a finding of probable cause on program participation based on evidence that was presented, which is exhibits D, Y, Z, and AA. On charge 2, I make a finding of probable cause on charge drugs based on evidence presented, which is exhibits D, H through N, and Q. On charge 3, I do make a finding on no consumption of alcoholic beverages based on the evidence that was provided in support of the violation, which is exhibits D, H, and J. On charge 4 condition, I do make a finding of probable cause halfway house placement based on evidence presented in support of the violation. These are numbered 1 through 7 in regards to the dates and how they go down. So this was based on exhibits D and E, F and G on part 1, OP on part 2, R part 3, S part 4, T part 5, W part 6, and double B part 7. So I do find the acts are serious enough to warrant revocation. I've also determined you should be detained while you wait for your revocation hearing. You're a technical violation, so we have 60 business days to schedule your revocation hearing. So I am going to schedule that, and you will be notified of the date of the revocation hearing. Do you have any questions, sir?
I already see what's going on. I mean,
Well, at the revocation hearing, we will determine if there's a parole violation or not. As I previously stated, this is a probable cause hearing. So we will determine at the rev hearing whether or not there's a parole violation or not. So, like I said, you will be notified of that date when I do schedule that. So do you have any questions?
you can't, no, man.
Okay, so you're all set for today then. I'll see you soon. Thank you, Piotr.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too.
Up next on The Price is Wrong. Let's see what we're gonna have for tonight, this morning, if you will. All right, so right now they're getting the next individuals that are going to be attending these hearings here. This is the state of Connecticut for those of you that are interested in the United States. And shout out to my people out in the UK, Ireland, Britain. Remember, when you're in the underground, mind that gap, if you will. Also, shout out to Australia, Europe, the United States, Canada, and anywhere in between that I might have missed. Highly appreciate you guys. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you a thing. Thank you. I highly appreciate that. And for those of you that don't like how the screen looks back here, you guys could go ahead and jump on over to my main page, which will be located at, the red icon with the little white triangle at CollectCallFrom. And I run these daily, Monday through Friday normally. And then the courts I run every single day of the week. We do courts, live court, initial appearances. Hey, what's up, South Africa? We do initial appearances in Arizona and in Florida, and those run all day, every day, every 2 to 3 hours, depending on. You sound like you from Cali. Yeah, I am. I'm from Los Angeles, born and raised. I'm just giving a shout out to everybody in the UK because yesterday we had a huge influx of people from the UK, especially from Britain and from from Ireland and in those regions and whatnot. So, definitely gonna represent a large portion of those people that signed up to the or followed on my smaller TikTok account were from the UK. I think yesterday we got about 3,000 new followers. So highly appreciate you guys for jumping on. Highly appreciate it. We're trying to get to that 10,000 mark on the smaller account, so we could go ahead and start doing some be part of the TT that one program, the creator program, if you will. London, UK here. That's what you see. That's what I'm talking about right there. Somebody said Jamaica. That's right. There is Maricopa going on right now, but I'm not doing them right now, obviously, on TT. I do have those running on YT, so if you want to go ahead and check those out, definitely jump on YT. On YT, I got, I think, 4 different streams running right now. I have Utah. I have the Board of Parole in Utah going on right now. I also have this one, which would be Connecticut. We got Florida, and we also got Maricopa running right now. So if you do, is it the same on YT? That is correct. Yeah, but like I said, on YT, I got 4 different streams running. The only stream I'm on right now, which would be this one for Connecticut. The other 3 I can't be because I can't duplicate myself. I still haven't figured that out. But the day that I do duplicate myself, I'll be on all 4 at the same time. But as of right now, I could only be one stream at a time. So right now I'm choosing Connecticut because I know you guys like this one. Northern Ireland, that's right. Represent Kelly. Detroit in the house. You see, I'm gonna follow. Hey, thank you. Highly appreciate you guys. I really appreciate you guys that do jump on the YT page. What's your smaller TT page? This is the one you're on right now. This is a small one. The one, Jesse. This is a smaller one. The bigger one, it's the same thing as at CollectCallFrom, but it doesn't have the periods in between the names. If that makes any phones, you need 4 phones. I have 4 phones in front of me right now. If you could see my setup right now, you'd be like, "Damn, James he's on one right now." I got 4 phones. I got like 3 computers running. I'm doing the most right now. if you will. Cleveland, Ohio. That's right. Good morning, James A. How's it going, Mama? Let me see. Yavapai County would be crazy. I'm gonna look them up. Hey, thank you, Devin. I'll go ahead and check them out. Definitely 110%. Hey, I'm doing all I can do right now. You know, I'm already. That's why I step away a lot, because I gotta maintain other streams and whatnot. Sometimes the audio will go out or something's ending. Hey, Marilyn's in the casa. Hey, I see you, Keith. Thank you, highly appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Lynn? How's it going? That big 619. That's right, San Diego, baby. Let me see. Casey, good morning. Pierce County would be interesting too. Okay, what state is that in? I'm not familiar with them. Andas bien porro, officer tú. What the wood? Hey, what's up, Norway? I see you guys. Do you do Ohio? You know what? If you guys know of any courts, Ohio for parole board hearings, I've been trying to get into them, but for whatever reason, because they're supposed to be streaming those, but the last few months, every time they come up, they don't seem to work. But I'm on it. I'm hot on their trail. Hey, what's up, Melissa? Coming in from Washington State. So let me see. Trinidad and Tobago. What the what? UK don't allow to watch parole hearings. Hey, they do now if you come here. So highly appreciate you guys, tuning in. Sandy, we don't have crammers like this in the UK courts. Hey, you know what? I was looking at this video from the UK courts. Hey, that they tripped me out when the magistrates, they go into court and they got that little wig like they're from back in the white what is it Abraham Lincoln days and George Washington days. I'm like, what? They're living in the past, man. I'll get rid of that. I would not be wearing that to court if I was a judge. Wayne County would be good. Second day here, love it. Hey, so yeah, if you guys know of any courts that do live hearings, night court or whatever, if you guys send me a DM, if you guys could provide me with a link or at least with the name and state of those courts, I'll be more than happy to look into them. And if they're good, then we'll go ahead and start streaming those. Let me see. I was answering the Pierce County questions. I'm from Portland, Oregon. Hey, thank you, Melissa. Highly appreciate that. My case is public. Blame the U.S., not us. That's right. Do Cleveland. Temecula. That's right. California. Canada. The 310. That's right. The west side. West Los Angeles. I'm definitely familiar with the 310. Washington State. Let me see here. Georgia. Charges when the LT Antonio Gates and that's right. Let me see what else. Where do you find these? Hey, you know what? I would be happy to share them, but you know what's happening a lot is that a lot of people are checking out these streams and whatnot, and they're copying. And I mean, it's cool. You do what you got to do, but I'm not gonna provide the information. Let me see. Wayne County, Detroit would be good, bro. All right, La Paz, El Salvador in the house. That's right. San Salvador, 503 programa. Aquí todos, 310. Let me see. Hi, for Victoria. That's right. Hey, welcome, Cleveland. We see I have family in prison, and this is not funny. Hey, it's not meant to be funny. It's meant to be educational. Being in prison is definitely is not the business. If you were a mullet, that's sick. Hey, what's up, Haley? You see, they don't allow courts in the UK. Yup, I hear that. Colonial days. What happened to the event? So right now, it should be starting up shortly. Unfortunately, I don't have.
Good morning.
Good
morning. I'm going to go straight down today with Ortiz, Gonzalez, Kimbrough, and Spence.
Ortiz, Gonzalez, Kimbrough, and Spence. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ortiz, you gotta go first.
Sandy writes, yeah, they're still in the 1800s here in the UK. Man, they need to get updated. They're definitely living in the past. They have to wear that in the courtroom as well in the UK. Yeah, I wouldn't be doing all that. I'd be like, that's out the window.
Good morning, Mr. Ortiz.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. So I know that you did request an attorney. They were unable to get that call with you yet. So do you want to proceed today without an attorney, or do you want to wait to get a call with the attorney?
Proceed with caution.
Proceed without the attorney.
Okay. So we'll get going right now then. All right. Good morning. I am P.O. Meisinger, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a preliminary hearing concerning Ortiz Esteban, number 247811. Today is March 11, 2025. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Osborne Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing and public access to this hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
Esteban Ortiz, 247811.
Thank you. We have parole officer present today. Please identify yourself.
Parole Officer Jamie Babbage.
This is a preliminary hearing, which is the purpose of our Connecticut law. It's to determine if there is probable cause to believe you commit an act that violated the conditions of your parole, determine if the act is sufficiently serious to warrant revocation of your parole, and to determine if you should be held in prison pending further proceedings. The state, not you, has responsibility to show that there is probable cause to believe you violated one or more conditions of your parole. If I do not find probable cause or reinstate your parole, which is releasing you, place you back on parole supervision. If I find probable cause and determine the act is sufficiently serious to warrant revocation, you may be held in prison pending further proceedings. You should know a preliminary hearing is an adversarial proceeding. Anything you say at this hearing can be used against you. This hearing is being recorded. So this is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we're going to review the parole violation charge. The state your appeal is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. The state will then have an opportunity to just issue a probable cause and severity of the allegations. After the state is finished, you will have the same opportunity. At the conclusion of the hearing, I will inform you my findings, which are based on the available evidence. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure?
Not at the moment.
Okay. You have important rights today, the right to have an attorney present, and you would like to continue without counsel?
Yes.
Okay. You've received the written notice charging the violation. Did you receive that written notice?
Yes, I did.
You have a right to view the evidence against you, the right to submit evidence in support of your case. At this hearing, you have the right to call and examine voluntary witnesses, cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to move forward?
Yes.
All right, so now review the charge. The state your appeal is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. Appeal Babbitt, that you can please read the charges.
Charge number 1, obedience to the law. On 2/19/25, you were found to be in possession of crack cocaine during a pat search conducted by halfway house staff upon returning from a community pass. As the staff member reached into your pocket to retrieve the object, you reached your hand into the same pocket with the intent to cause inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm. She had to direct you to remove your hand so she could remove hers and the object, which was a small green container that contained 3 small rock-like substances that appeared to be crack cocaine. Police were called and you were subsequently charged with possession of narcotics, Connecticut General Statute 21A-279, and breach of peace, Connecticut General Statute 53A-181. Charge number 2, drugs. On or about 1/4/25, you used cocaine. On or about 1/28/25, you used cocaine. Charge number 3, no consumption of alcoholic beverages. On or about 12/27/24, you consumed alcoholic beverages. Charge number 4, halfway house placement. You failed to pay fees to the halfway house for the weeks ending 12/14/24, 12/21/24, 12/28/24, and 1/4/25. This is a violation of your halfway house agreement, which states, once I have obtained a source of income, I will save money and pay fees to the program as required. Failed to provide pay stubs for the weeks ending 12/14/24, 12/21/24, 12/28/24, and 1/4/25. This is a violation of your halfway house agreement, which states, upon securing employment, I will provide a copy of every pay stub.
Thank you. And the state has filed the following exhibits pre-marked for identification purposes as Exhibit A, parole conditions; B, parole violation report; C, notice of parole violation; D, notice of employee rights; E, agreement extra custody order; F, halfway house agreement; G, halfway house DR 1/8/25; H is quest diagnostic report; I, offender misconduct, signed 1/20/25; J, quest diagnostic report, collected 1/4/25; K, voluntary admission, signed 1/20/25; L, offender misconduct, signed 1/21/25; M, halfway house DR, signed 1/23/25; N, quest diagnostic, collected 1/28/25; all voluntary admission, signed 2/3/25; P, offender misconduct, signed 2/3/25; Q, halfway house incident report; R, 2 photographs taken 2/19/25; S, misdemeanor summons and complaint; T, notice of rights; U, criminal appearance bond; and V is police report, which was not received.
The criminal information summary was all that was finalized at the point. I did bring today with me the actual finalized police report from Chubay.
So Mr. Ortiz, so you do not have a copy of the police report, the 2 pages from the police yet? Is that correct?
No, I do not.
Okay, so we do have a copy of it that she is submitting today to go and address the evidence. Do you want to me to move forward today with your hearing, or do you want me to submit that evidence to you or send it to you and continue your hearing?
No, I'd like to proceed.
Okay.
I just have one question.
Yeah.
With the charge you reading to me, about concerning, about my pay stubs?
Well,
What
I'm
is
not,
it?
I'm going to ask you when I get to that point. I'm not there yet.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
So I'll accept the police report as evidence today to add to that. Right, Mr. Ortiz, do you need to continue the hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
I'm sorry?
Do you need to continue the hearing to obtain additional evidence?
Yes, I'd like to continue.
No, I mean, do you want to continue another day so you can get more evidence for the
No.
case? Okay.
No.
I didn't think so. All right, we have no witnesses today. So I'm going to swear in Mr. Ortiz as well as Gil Babbage so that you can both speak today. So you solemnly swear or solemnly affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, without penalty of perjury?
I do.
Yes. Yes, I
Okay,
do.
so P.O. Babbage, would you like to say anything in reverse?
Please. My recommendation is that he remain incarcerated pending the disposition of his criminal charges. He did have a couple of positive toxicology reports before that day. When I served him his notice of parole violation, he did admit that the crack cocaine was his and that he had basically forgotten about it, and that he was struggling with his addiction and was too afraid to ask for help at that time. I've supervised Esteban multiple times in the past, and he hopefully would have taken advantage of the act when it was offered to him the week before. However, overall, he's program compliant. I believe the case has been continued till April 9th, Esteban, is that?
I don't know. I haven't heard nothing from them yet.
Okay, because his first court date was March 5th.
Yes.
And he was.
So it's in April?
Yes.
Okay.
And he was unable to make it. He was at hospital from Osborne, so it's been continued. It is 4/9/25.
Did anybody catch how he violated his parole? I missed that. I've been reading I've been trying to keep up with the multiple chats I got in front of me right here. And how is everybody doing today? I want to go to
Right,
welcome
so
everybody.
it is now your opportunity to respond to parole violation charges against you. Whoever, remember that you may remain silent if you so choose. So would you like to respond to the charges, sir?
Yes, I'm 46, I made mistakes, so I gotta man up to it. But the only one that I don't agree with, the only thing that they asked about, my paychecks, I've gave every paycheck and pay stub up to the last when they asked for my schedule on the 27th. The only thing I do is pay my fees. That's the only thing, but I agree with everything that Babbage and the board decides to do.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the comments. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to announce my findings. So I make a finding of probable cause on charge 1, obedience to the law based on the evidence that was presented, which is exhibits A, Q, S, E, and U, as well as the police report that was submitted today as evidence. On charge 2, I make a finding of probable cause drugs based on evidence presented in support of the violation, exhibits A, I, J through P. On charge 3, I do make a finding of probable cause on no alcohol consumption based on evidence presented in support of the violation, which is exhibits A, H, and I. On the charge 4, halfway house placement, I did separate this into 2 parts, 1 and 2. So I do make a finding of probable cause on part 1, exhibits A, F, G through G and I. I do make a no finding in part 2, as is reported in exhibit I, the offender did provide pay stubs. So I do have record that you did pay the pay stub. I do submit your pay stubs. So I do find the act serious enough to warrant revocation. I know this is your 3rd violation, and you do have a prior top placement as well with period of supervision. So upon disposition of your charges, we bring you back and determine if there's a violation or not. So as soon as those are done, then I'll see you again, and we'll determine what happens from there, okay?
Okay.
So you're all set for today, sir.
All right, thank you.
And just so you guys are aware, whenever I do cut a live, it's because my account got a restricted. I'm not cutting it because I want to cut it. I cut it because I don't want to get axed, if you will. If you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you guys here, if you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. Hey, appreciate that that little heart. So yeah, so if you ever see that happen, you know, jump on over to the other streams, because like I said, I got multiple streams going on. So, you know, just look at my profile. My profile has all my social media links for all of my accounts. Whether you want to jump over to YT, you want to jump over to the smaller TT account, it's all there. You just got to look, if you will.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Joe.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're here today for your preliminary hearing. So we'll get.
This is the state of Connecticut in the U.S. That is correct. And welcome, everybody. If you guys are just stepping in, highly appreciate you guys. And if you haven't done so, please do so. What up, James? If you guys could go ahead and hit that follow button, is free 99, will not cost you a thing. Also, sharing is caring. If you guys want to share these streams.
Good morning. I'm P.O. Mice here, hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a preliminary hearing for Gonzalez Angel number 206144. Today is March 11th, 2025. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Osborne Correctional Institution. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record, sir?
Angel Gonzalez, 206-144.
And you do counsel present today? Please identify yourself for the record.
Yes, thank you. Attorney Sonia Jones, Public Defender's Office, Parole Revocation Unit, on behalf of Mr. Gonzalez.
So this is a preliminary hearing, which the purpose under Connecticut law is to determine if there is probable cause to believe you commit an act that violated the conditions of your parole, determine the act sufficiently serious to warrant revocation of your parole, and determine you should be held in prison pending further proceedings. The state, not you, has responsibility to show there's probable cause to believe you violated one or more conditions of your parole. If I do not find probable cause or reinstate your parole, which is least basically back on parole supervision. If I find probable cause and determine the act is sufficiently serious to warrant revocation, you may be held in prison pending further proceedings. Please note you've been referred by the Department of Corrections programming and treatment. If by the end of the hearing I determine you should be held in prison pending further proceedings, I will provide additional information about the diversion process. You should know a preliminary hearing is an adversarial proceeding. Anything you say at this hearing can be used against you. This hearing is being recorded. So this is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we're going to review the parole violation charges, state your POs bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. Counsel will then have opportunity to just issue probable cause and severity of the allegations. At the conclusion of the hearing, I will inform my findings, which are based on the available evidence. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure?
Who, me?
No.
Yeah. No questions?
No.
You, sir? No.
No.
Okay. Okay. You have important rights at this hearing. Your right to have an attorney present. You have counsel here. You have a right to receive the written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
I received some papers, yes.
Okay. You have a right to view the evidence. You have a right to submit evidence for your case. At this hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to move forward?
Yes.
All right. So we'll now review the charge. The state your PO is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. So charge 1, release section GPS, your charging officer reported you failed to charge your GPS as directed, resulting in GPS shutting down on February 12, 2025 from 12 to 2 p.m. until 5:24 p.m. On February 19, 2025 at 5:19 p.m. You cut the strip. Go ahead.
I apologize. My client did wish to waive the first portion of the hearing and just move to the second portion.
Okay, no problem. So I'll accept the waiver for the first part of the hearing.
Thank you.
Okay. I will put on the record then, I do have findings of probable cause on charge 1, police direction GPS based on evidence DEGHIJ. Charge 2, finding probable cause drugs based on exhibits DGK. And charge 3, on halfway house placement, I do make a finding of probable cause based on exhibits DF and H. And I do find the acts are serious enough to warrant revocation. So you have been referred to TOP program, sir. DOC recommends you for that program. Which is a diversion from the revocation process for substance use programming and treatment. That means if you want to participate, apply, and I find that you meet the criteria, I can continue your case while you provide an opportunity to participate in the programming in the correctional facility. If you successfully complete the programming and treatment provided, I will dismiss your case and order your parole reinstated. If you do not complete the programming and treatment provided, the board will schedule and convene a revocation hearing to determine if you violated the conditions of your parole. If so, the hearing examiner would make recommendations regarding whether your parole should be revoked, what any sanctions should be imposed. The decision to participate in diversion is voluntary. Do you understand the diversion process and do you want to apply for it?
Yes, I'm attending the program.
Okay, so I'm going to announce my findings with respect to your eligibility. If I determine you are eligible, I can accept your application and divert you from revocation. So I have reviewed all the relevant information. My finding is as follows. I find you have no pending misdemeanor or felony charges. I find your discharge date is more than 60 business days from the date of your return to custody. I find there's evidence that you have identified substance abuse treatment needs. I find that substance abuse is reasonably considered a motivating factor in your alleged failure to comply with the terms and conditions of parole. And I find there's some evidence that you have received or provided with an opportunity to receive substance abuse programming or treatment during your period of parole supervision in the community. So I have determined that you are eligible for diversion for substance abuse programming and treatment. Before I accept your application for diversion, I ask you indicate whether you understand the following by saying yes or no. I understand I will remain incarcerated while I receive programming and treatment and that parole revocation proceedings may be delayed as a result.
Yes.
I understand that dismissal of my case and reinstatement to active parole supervision is not guaranteed and is conditioned upon my successful completion of substance programming and treatment.
Yes.
I understand that ultimately the DOC will determine whether I have successfully completed this substance abuse programming and treatment provided.
Yes.
I understand that my participation in this process is completely voluntary.
Yes.
Okay, so your application for diversion is granted and you will be in the program and diverted from revocation for no more than 60 business days. So upon your completion of that, I will be notified and I will reinstate your parole. Okay, sir?
Yes, I have one question, if you
Go
don't
ahead.
mind.
Yep.
The lady, Miss Rosamond, that does the, she gave me a date of April 24th. As long as I participate and do the program.
Well, I'm not going to be notified until you're done. So just complete it and then I will be notified when you're done.
Oh, okay.
By the facility. So I'll know. And then I'll reinstate you when you're done. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So you're all set, sir.
All right, good luck, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Attorney Jones.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
I'm a CEO in Connecticut. What the what? So I do appreciate you guys that are getting some type of value from these streams. And for those of you that are watching this stream and don't like it, I would suggest
Mr.
for you
Kindred?
guys to
Yes,
kindly
ma'am.
leave.
I'll be right with you.
Okay.
If you don't find the educational purposes of these streams, it's probably best for you to leave. I mean, I'm sure you're disgusted and whatnot, and I wouldn't want to offend you guys. So, like, hey, this is real life right here, and this is what I'm showing. If you guys don't understand it, the only thing I will say is this: that I'm glad the social media frenzy that's going on, live streaming of these events. I'm glad it wasn't going on when I was a kid and growing up, because, man, now it's wild out here nowadays, especially if you're in the U.S. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I know there's a lot of people from the UK that are tripping out on this because, in your country, they don't do this. And in the U.S., it's a free for all right now. So if you're out there committing crimes and stuff, it's definitely going to catch up to you like this. People, I'm not the only one that's streaming these things.
All right, we're going to begin, sir.
Okay.
So that's what it is. I didn't put that.
Good morning. I'm P.O. Weissinger, hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This revocation hearing concerning Kinbrew Robert, number 200-299. Today is March 11, 2025. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office, now as one correctional institution. This is a public hearing, and public access to this hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
Bobby Kinnerbrook. 200299. Oh, my date of birth, you said?
No, I don't need that. Just your name and number. And you have counsel here today. Please identify yourself.
Sure. Attorney Alfonso Sirico, public defender with the parole revocation unit, on behalf of Mr. Kinderbrew this morning.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated the conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence, that is. The better weighted evidence must establish that more probable than not, the allegation is true. If I do not find there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole, I reinstate your parole, which is releasing and place you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make a recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing would be provided to justify the confinement. So this is the procedure. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we're going to review the parole violation charge that the state appeal is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. Counsel will then have an opportunity to present relevant testimony. After considering all the evidence presented, I'll announce my findings. If I find that you violated one or more conditions of your parole, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure?
No, ma'am.
Okay, important right to say, the right to have an attorney present. You have counsel here. You've received the written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive that written notice?
He did.
Yes.
You have a right to view the evidence against you before the hearing. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case. At this hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses or cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to move forward?
Yes.
All right, so now review the charge that the state appeal is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. Charge 1, or release direction GPS. Your charging officer reported at 10:51 p.m. on 9/11/24. You left your parole-approved residence and were in violation of curfew until you returned at 1:28 a.m. on 9/12/24 for 2 hours and 36 minutes. 9:04 p.m. on 9/20/24, you left your parole-approved residence and were in violation of your curfew until you returned at 9:29 p.m. on 9/20/24 at 24 minutes. At 9:34 p.m. on 9/20/24, you left your parole-approved residence and were in violation of your curfew until you returned at 11:14 on 9/20/24, 1 hour and 39 minutes. At 10:36 p.m. on 9/21/24, you left your parole-approved residence and were in violation of your curfew until you returned at 11:23 p.m. on 9/21/24, 46 minutes. GPS battery shut down from 12:38 a.m. until 4:41 a.m. on 9/22/24, 4 hours and 3 minutes. Your GPS battery shut down from 8:54 p.m. on 10/5/24 until 9:40 a.m. on 10/9/24, 84 hours 45 minutes. Your GPS battery shut down on 10:40 a.m. until 11:07 a.m. on 10/9/24, 27 minutes. At 11:53 p.m. on 10/21/24, you left your parole-approved residence and were in violation of your curfew until you returned at 12:24 a.m. on 10/22/24, 30 minutes. At 2:08 a.m. on 10/22/24, you left your parole-approved residence and were in violation of your curfew until you returned at 2:19 a.m. on 10/22/24, 10 minutes. At 9:09 p.m. on 10/25/24, you left your parole-approved residence and were in violation of your curfew until you returned at 9:35 p.m. on 10/25/24, 25 minutes. At 9:39 p.m. on 11/2/24, you left your parole-approved residence and were in violation of your curfew until you returned at 10:58 p.m. on 11/2/24, 1 hour 18 minutes. Your GPS battery shut down from 4:57 p.m. on 11/9/24 until 1:18 p.m. on 11/12/24, 68 hours 20 minutes. This is in violation of GPS agreement. On charge 2, absconder, your charging officer reported 11:30/24. You signed out of the halfway house after you passed to work from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Around 7:30 p.m., you called the halfway house and said that you were right around the corner. Be right back by 8 p.m. Halfway house staff called your place of employment and confirmed with your manager that you had not been at work at all that day. By 10 p.m., you had failed to return and were not answering your phone for halfway house staff. You texted with your parole officer at 11:19 p.m. that evening that you were instructed to return to the halfway house. You failed to do so. On 12/2/24, you texted your PO at 10:15 a.m. that you were going to return to the halfway house by noon, but failed to return and are no longer responding to her text messages. Your whereabouts are unknown at this time. Charge 3 to bail as drugs. Your charging officer reported on or around 10/8/24, used cocaine and K2. Charge 4 under additional conditions, halfway house placement. Charging officer reported 11:30/24. You signed out of the halfway house like community pass for work from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Around 7:30 p.m., you called the halfway house and said that you were right around the corner and be back by 8 p.m. Halfway house staff, they called your place of employment and confirmed with your manager that you had not been at work at all that day. You never returned to the halfway house.
Damn.
This is a violation of your halfway house agreement. And the state has filed the following exhibits that are pre-marked For identification purposes, Exhibit A, parole violation report. B, notice of parole violation. C, notice of parole rights. D, agreement actual custody order. E, Roger Sherman incident report. 7/31/24, Quest diagnostic report collected 8/1/24. G, voluntary admission signed 7/31/24. H, client infraction form signed 8/6/24. I, client infraction form signed 8/16/24. J, MCCA recommendation 8/28/24. K, parole conditions. L, GPS agreement. M, Waterbury Hospital discharge paperwork and offender misconduct. O, voluntary admission. P, Wellmore client status progress report. Q, parole conditions. R, halfway house agreement. S, Renaissance East incident report. 11/30/24. T, text conversation between Kim Drew and P.O. Babbage. UL, universal offender violation summary. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and those other documents I marked, and did you review those?
Yes,
And council's filed the following exhibit pre-marked for identification purposes. Defense Exhibit 1, list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No.
We have no witnesses. I will put on the record, though, there is an addendum. It reported 12/19/24. The BOPP did issue an absconder warrant for the offender. So it is now defense's opportunity if you'd like to speak to any evidence submitted.
Yes, may I have Mr. Kinnebrew put under oath for the first part of it?
Sure. Mr. Kimbrough, I'm going to swear you in under oath so that you can speak today. So can you please raise your right hand?
What do you guys think is going to be his
You solemnly
excuse?
swear, solemnly affirm, as the case may be, the evidence you shall give to turn this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God upon penalty of perjury?
yes.
Right.
I got it.
Good morning, Mr. Kinnebrew. Just briefly, regarding, there's numerous violations on charge number 1 under GPS. Is it fair to say, it looks like it starts on September 11th of 2024, and they go into the month of October, and I believe there is 2 in November. At some point, sometime in October, you did alert your parole officer there was an issue with your unit, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was the issue with your unit?
It wasn't charging.
Okay,
And once I leave, I lived in an apartment complex, and once I would leave to go smoke a cigarette, it states that I leave the house. And,
okay. Is it fair to say, you beat me to my next question, there are at least,
User error. It's a known issue.
approximately 4 violations in the month of October where it's between 20, 25, and 27 minutes. That fair to say that that short time frame is when you allegedly were off premises smoking a cigarette?
right,
Okay. All right. So you were outside of the home, but you didn't leave the confines, correct?
I didn't leave the complex, no.
Okay.
Because there's no smoking inside the complex. You had to go on the porch to smoke.
Okay. And the other one I want to touch upon is the September 11th of 2024. Was there an evacuation at some point there?
There was an evacuation for the building. There was a fire alarm that went off and everyone had to be evacuated, so I had to stand outside a couple
This is-
hours.
On 9/11/24?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so you
I believe
claim there was
so.
evacuation. The fire trucks actually showed up. The fire personnel
Yes.
showed up. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
What didn't he do is the question.
Charge number 2 under absconder, I understand obviously what absconder is. As one, well, he did text his parole officer at one point. I believe it was on December 22nd of 2024. And so he did have contact with his parole officer and on the halfway house placement. He did call the halfway house also. I understand he's charged with absconder and they issued a warrant. And the parole officer did, under the recommendation that Mr. Kinnebrew did have an opportunity to return because he did reach out to his parole officer. And my client did have a couple of dirty urines on or about October 8th of 2024. I just want to put on the record, not to hash this up. Mr. Kinderbrew's son, I believe it was down south, his son was killed on Thanksgiving Day, which is roughly November 26th, 27th, depending on the date it falls on. And the absconder occurred 3 days after that occurred, which was November 30th of 2024. So I just want to put that on the record on behalf of Mr. Kinnebrew. I don't have any other comments regarding the first part of the hearing. I do want to be heard about his background at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So I'll be right with you with my findings.
They always get violated. I don't think I've ever seen one of these where they actually don't violate them. They're gonna stay. You might as well just admit it to it, and get it over with. I would even stop them before they start reading all those charges. Like, hey, you know what, I did it. I'm sorry, and or you know what, I don't care. I'm gonna keep on doing what I'm doing. That's what it is.
After reviewing all the evidence and listening testimony, I'm putting out my findings. So on that charge one, I do find you violated the condition restriction GPS. I do not make a finding on the 9/11 date due to testimony that was provided today, and there being an evacuation of the building. This is based on, my findings are based on the exhibits K, L, N, and U. On charge 2, absconder, I do make a find that you violated that condition based on a warrant being issued by the BOPP and evidence that was provided in support of the charge, which exhibits A, K, and S. On charge 3, I do find you violated conditional bail laws drugs based on evidence provided, exhibits K, N, and O. And on charge 4, I do find you violated the condition halfway house placement based on evidence provided, which exhibits K, R, and S. That includes the fact-finding portion of the hearing. Before I make a recommendation, council will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So if you would like to.
Yes, on behalf of Mr. Kinnebrew, I am asking to have my client re-paroled as soon as possible, with the understanding there is a date potentially because of the his EOS date. Just want to note for the record, this is my client's first violation as indicated from his parole officer. My client did turn himself in on January 17th of 2025. Mr. Kinnebrew is 57 years old. He does have 3 children. On his previous release in March, he did successfully complete the Connection Halfway House program in New Haven. Then he was sponsored by his strength in Waterbury. While incarcerated, it appears he did take some courses. He took a philosophy course, English 101, and a sociology course through Nantucket Community College. He did report to us he did approximately 30 hours of coursework through CCARC, Community for Teaching and Recovery, to become a recovery coach. He has to complete approximately 70 more hours to get his certificate. As far as work, he did work part-time in merch construction for a couple of months. Then he was full-time with the city of New Haven. He had his own work zone where he cleaned up every day except Sundays. He was there until he was transferred to Waterbury. He also had a full-time job as a cook at Chili's in Waterbury. He did do some individual therapy sessions in 2024 with the clinician, Ms. Barkham, out of Midwestern Connecticut Council. And it looks like beginning October 2024, he actively participated in relapse prevention group in case management and Wellmore Behavioral Health in Waterbury. He would like to explain to me, like to get to Arkansas at some point, but I did explain to him what the process is. He has to remain in compliance in Connecticut for a period of time. He has a brother there, and I did provide his address and phone number. And the alternative, he does want to go back with Ms. Drake. He was there previously. I provided you her address and phone number. And if she doesn't work out and he needs to be placed in a halfway house, he is requesting the Waterbury jurisdiction. He does want to obtain an associate's degree in human resources. And as I indicated, he does want to complete his hours to become a certified recovery coach. It's indicated to us he can return to his full-time cooking position at the Chili's here in Waterbury. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be right with you with my recommendation.
What the what? Let's see what it is.
I will put on the record, the offender was out in the community for about 3 months before he absconded from supervision. He was gone for approximately a month and a half with his whereabouts unknown. He does have 5 years special parole to follow this discretionary parole sentence. It is recommended a 4-month sanction by his parole officer. So based on all the information I have, I'm going to recommend that parole be revoked and that you remain incarcerated until EOS date of 5/8 2025, this ends up being a little less than a 4-month sanction. And you do have 5 years special parole to follow. So I am going to present this to the board on March 20th. So the board can agree with that. They can let you out as soon as 3/20 if they would like to. And that would be an on or after date if they do decide to re-parole you, because you're discretionary parole, so you don't have much time left to go back out on that form of supervision. But you do have a special parole to follow. So regardless if they re-parole you or not, you're going to get something in the mail that's going to give you your parole conditions. So you are aware of those that will be set at the time of your hearing if you are not re-paroled. If they do re-parole you, you're going to get your conditions, which will continue on to special parole. So like I said, you'll get something in writing about a week after from the parole board stating what their decision is. Do you have any questions?
No, so they'll let me know if I can go to my sponsors, when I get the information.
Yes. Yes. So Mr. Kimberly, if you call our office, the board reviews are always done on Thursday, on March 20th. You can get a call into our office on Friday, March 21st, speak to one of my secretaries. They can give you the final outcome over the phone before you get it in writing.
You're not going to know if your sponsor's approved yet, because that's the PCS has to review that, all of that. So you're not going to know that until the officer does all the home checks and everything like that prior to your release. But we're not going to know that date until March 20th.
Right, but I will know before I go home on May.
Oh, you're going to
8th.
know where you're going, yeah, because parole is going to let you know, yeah.
All right.
All right. Good luck to you, Robert.
All right, thank you.
You're all set, sir.
All right.
Did somebody say mustache? Hey, if you guys could do me a favor, so for these streams, I'm not asking for any gifts, but I would appreciate if you guys could share these streams, if you guys could drop comments on my videos, and if you guys could repost my videos. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for gifts. I'm looking for free stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's
Good
all
morning,
I'm asking
Mr. Spence.
Good morning.
So I know you did request an attorney, correct?
Yes, I did.
So they're still determining eligibility, because I know they said you had attained another attorney prior. So they're still determining your eligibility. Do you want to proceed today without an attorney, or would you like to request a continuance to be reviewed still for an attorney?
Well, since I have an open case, do it matter?
I mean, it's up to you if you want to move forward. I mean, if you have a pending case, I recommend you just don't get into detail about certain things, probably. But I mean, it's up to you if you want to go forward with it or not, or if you'd like to wait for an attorney.
They always go forward.
I'll go for it.
Yep. You
Okay.
see? They never turn it down.
Good morning, I'm P.O. Meisier, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a preliminary hearing concerning Spence Christopher, number 308539. Today is March 11, 2025. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Osborne Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing and public access. This hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
Christopher Spence, 308-539.
This is a preliminary hearing, which the purpose of Connecticut law is to determine if there is probable cause to believe you commit an act that violated conditions of your parole, determine the act of sufficient serious to warrant revocation of your parole, and to determine you should be held in prison pending further proceedings. And before I move forward, so you do have the ability also, if you would like to waive the preliminary hearing, because you do have pending charges. So if you would like to waive it, I can accept your waiver, and I would just see you after disposition of your charges. So that's up to you as well.
Okay.
So would you like to go forward with the whole hearing, or would you like to waive this preliminary hearing?
I'll go, as far as go forward with the whole hearing, this is the preliminary part?
Well, yeah, we would just go forward with the probable cause right now.
Okay.
That's what we're doing. That's our prelim is for probable cause.
All right.
So we can go through with the whole process if you'd like.
No, actually, I'll just wait until my attorney comes, because I'm not for sure like what this is about.
Now you're talking.
You got the parole violation report, correct? With regarding the charges why you violated?
Yes.
So you have pending charges. So right now we're looking, this is a probable cause hearing. See if there's probable cause you violated your parole. So you have new arrests.
I do?
So, I mean, it's up to you if you want. If you want an attorney, we can wait and you can talk to an attorney.
Yes, I would like that.
All right, so I'll continue you. My next hearing date is March 19th. I'll let the Brew unit know that you are requesting to be reviewed by them still. So they should be in contact with you. So I'll put you on March 19th
Okay.
for next hearing, okay?
All right.
All right, so I'll see you next week.
All
Or
right.
week
Thank
after.
you.
All right,
All right.
Probably
Have a
the,
good day, miss.
you too.
probably the smartest thing he did right there was not talk without his lawyer present, especially if he has some other cases, because he might incriminate himself, if you will. And you might be asking, James, why do you say "if you will" so much? I'm just replacing words. So instead of saying like or I'm using "if you will." So there it is there, just in case you're wondering, is it over? What? Hold on. Hold on. Let me check if it's over. Could it be? Let me see. Oh, snap, it's order. Hey, do you guys want to watch Utah? Do you guys want to jump over to Utah? We got some border parole hearings in Utah, if you will. We could go ahead and jump over to Utah. Oh, you know what? I think they also might have, yeah, we'll jump over to Utah really quick. Don't be looking at where I be going for these hearings, guys. I know you guys want to find out where it is.
Because I like to do other programs that would benefit me. So like in Conquest program really was very good for me.
No sé si ellos tengan, puedan ver o algo que yo asistí a a varias reuniones ahí como Alcohólicos Anónimos y a varias clases ahí que a mí yo siento que me sirvieron personalmente. No hablo por lo general, hablo por mí personalmente. A mí me
I'd
ayudaron.
like to see if there is any other county that I can go to meetings, because if you see, I went to AA meetings.
There's a lot.
And those were very helpful for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think you should be taking classes.
Si estoy de acuerdo, creo que usted debe de estar tomando clases.
You're under the jurisdiction of the Department of Corrections, and they decide where you need to be housed.
Usted está bajo la jurisdicción del Departamento de Correcciones y ellos son los que deciden en qué sitio usted debe de estar ubicado.
You should talk to your case manager. Have you talked to your case manager?
Ya,
Hable con el gerente a cargo de su caso. ¿Ya habló con esa persona?
ya hablé con él, pero él me dice que tengo que estar ahí. Ya le expliqué, ya traté de explicarle también de que no hablo inglés y dice que él trata de, quiere que yo haga a fuerzas el programa ahí, pero si no entiendo, no entiendo lo que estoy haciendo, ¿cómo lo voy a hacer?
Yeah, I already talked to him and he says that I need to be there. And I explained to him that I don't speak English. And he says that I need to do it there. But if I do not understand, how can I do the program?
Ya, puedo hablar un poco, entiendo un poco, pero no como para hacer mi escuela. Tengo que hacer, la escuela es algo importante. Eso no lo puedo tomar no, eso no es un juego que no me van a dar mi diploma nada más por ir a sentarme en una mesa a estar fingiendo que estoy haciendo algo y en realidad no lo estoy haciendo. Los programas.
I can talk and understand a little, but school is very important, and I can't just go there and sit, and they're not gonna give me a diploma just for sitting there. The programs are important.
Ya le expliqué que no, que ahí no me podían ayudar con eso de la escuela, que yo ocupo algo mis paquetes en español o lo que estoy haciendo en español. Y ya me dijeron que ahí no hay personas que hablan español en la escuela, que no me pueden dar cosas en español.
Yes, I explained it to them, and they already told me that they cannot help me. They cannot give me any packets in Spanish, because in the school there is nobody that speaks Spanish, so they cannot give me anything in Spanish.
Ya hablé también con el profesor que me da clases, hablé con él, todo sigue igual. Dice que no me pueden ayudar con eso, que tengo que hacerlo en inglés y así no voy a agarrar mi diploma.
I also talked to the professor that gives the classes, and he told me the same thing. He cannot help me because it needs to be in English, and I cannot get a diploma like that.
Ya tenía más de 5 meses tratando, según él, de buscar cosas en español, y me dijo que no encontró, que no me podían dar en español.
According to him, he had spent like more than 5 months trying to see if he can get things in Spanish, and he told me that he couldn't find anything in Spanish.
Y pues a la escuela, ellos tienen que tener el reporte donde yo estuve asistiendo.
And you should have the reports that I was attending school.
Yeah, so I would just encourage you to keep doing this, keep doing as much of the schooling as you can, and keep talking to your case manager to help you out with this, okay?
Sí, siga haciendo lo más que pueda en cuanto a la escuela, y siga hablando con el encargado de su casa a ver qué pueden hacer y ayudarlo en cuanto a esto.
Ok, sí, pues yo seguía haciendo lo que podía. Ahorita no puedo porque me castigaron, estoy en lockdown. Yo no puedo salir a clases, yo no puedo hacer nada. So, me dieron 120 días.
I was trying, but then I was punished. So I am, now I can't get out or go to classes or do anything. They gave me 120 days.
Okay, well, keep doing your best.
Haga
Stay
lo
out of
mejor que
trouble.
pueda, señor, y manténgase fuera de problemas.
And we'll kind of follow and see what happens with your case, okay? And then we'll have to see you again after your case is resolved.
Entonces le vamos a dar seguimiento a ver qué sucede con su caso, y volveremos a reunirnos después de que su caso se resuelva.
Ok, so voy a venir después de mi corte en el county, también aquí.
So then I'll be back after my county court date. I'll be back here.
Probably, but it kind of depends on what happens with your case.
Probablemente, pero dependerá de qué suceda con su caso.
Ok, pues, ojalá y puedan tener en cuenta eso. Si agarro más tiempo, me dan más tiempo, algo, si me pueden considerar tratar de moverme a una parte donde pueda seguir mis estudios, tal vez más programas que puedan ayudarme o algo.
I hope you can take that into consideration in case giving more times that they can move me to a place where I can continue with my schooling or more programs that can help me.
We'll definitely look into that, okay?
Sí, vamos a tomar eso en consideración, ¿ok?
Okay.
All right.
Gracias.
And we'll conclude
Okay,
today's
thank
hearing.
you. Hoy se concluye la audiencia.
Good luck, sir.
Up next, and this is Utah. For those of you who are wondering, this is the state of Utah. We are watching a live Board of Parole hearings in the state of Utah. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything. And if you haven't done so, how do you find Minnesota? They do them in Minnesota, but they only do them once a month, if you will. Next, if you will. That's your right. And you know what? I will tell you this: if I was in prison and I didn't know how to speak, if I didn't know how to speak English, you better believe I'm gonna learn the language, because in a place like that, you definitely gotta know what people are saying around you, because that could mean the difference between you living and you going to the upper room. If you catch my drift, you definitely gotta be on your you gotta be on your toes in that place. Do they do live hearings in the state of Texas? Texas does not do live hearings. There's about 15 states in the United States that do live hearings. I do the most popular ones and the ones that are easiest to get in, if you will. Hey, and I appreciate you all, you guys. What about Colorado? Colorado does not do public board of parole hearings. Arkansas, tampoco. Kentucky does. California, that's a hell to the no. I wish they did. Man, I would love to get into the California ones. Virginia does. Virginia does offer them. Florida does not, but Florida does other court cases. South Carolina does not. Neither does North Carolina. Oregon does, but they kick me out. They banned me. Oh man, that's a whole story. Nevada does not. Nevada does not do public. Indiana tampoco. New Jersey, Kentucky does. Like I said, Kentucky does do them. And these are live. These are live. These are happening right now. As you guys can see, we're in a Google Meets meeting. Iowa does. As a matter of fact, they had one today, but they started 2 hours ago, so that one's probably over by now. Indiana, nope, they don't offer them in Indiana. How do you find these? I can't tell you. You're gonna have to figure that out on your own. Pennsylvania does, but the ones in Pennsylvania suck. Nebraska does not. Please stream Iowa sometimes. I do them. Georgia does not. Louisiana does though. Arizona, they do not. Ohio, they do, but the Ohio one, I have never been able to get into one. Michigan, nope. How'd you get banned? So I was live streaming and somebody threw rat on me. Somebody told on me, and they called them up to let them know that I was live streaming it. And then in the middle of the live stream, they said that they had been informed that somebody was live streaming it, and they gave my name out. And then they said if I didn't cut the stream, that they were gonna kick me out. So then within a few seconds, they ended up kicking me out. And then I recently reached out to them to try to get back in, and they're like, we're only gonna give you audio access. They're not gonna give me video access, which sucks. You know, we live in a world where people want to see. So I was like, chalice, but I gotta go ahead and get back to them, because that's not cool for them like to ban me like that. I didn't do nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? Live Colorado. Yeah, I've seen the Colorado ones, but the reason I don't stream the Colorado court hearings is because on their website it says do not stream or do not restream. So I'm not trying to get myself caught up. I'm not trying to end up in Colorado over streaming. So normally the states that I do are the states that allow it. I'm not trying to break any laws. Nuevo Mexico, they don't offer them in Nuevo Mexico as far as like the parole board hearings. So everything that I'm doing within the law. You know, whatever the law allows. What state is this? This is Utah. What about North Carolina? North Carolina does not offer parole hearings. As far as court hearings, I am not sure. First Amendment violation. That is correct. That was. But you know what? I got so many states that it doesn't really matter. And those ones for Oregon, they're really boring and long. So Kentucky does. You should definitely check out my YT page. Normally the Kentucky ones, I try to do them once a week. As a matter of fact, I'll check it. Today's Wednesday. Now they probably don't have any more for the week. But definitely check out my YT page if you want to check out the Kentucky ones. And that's where I keep all my Kansas. Tampoco, they don't offer them in Oklahoma does. I don't think I've ever done Oklahoma, but Oklahoma does. They do offer them. If you guys want to check out all the other states that I do, definitely check out my YT page at CollectCallFrom. Nuevo Mexico tampoco. Check out playlists, and you can see all the playlists. And I don't only do board of parole hearings or court hearings. I do interviews from individuals that are currently incarcerated in the state of California, Califas, California, specifically Centinela State Prison and Ironwood State Prison. Sometimes even what is the name of that prison there? Calipatria. Do New York? They don't allow streaming. New York does do virtual court hearings, but they don't allow them. There's a statement on their website that says that you cannot. No, it's not over yet. They're just waiting to bring in the next individual. Florida has a announcement on their page saying that you can restream them or record them. Kansas tampoco. It's because of Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Nuevo Mexico tampoco. Nuevo Mexico, nah. Nah, they don't. They don't. Let me see. We have a relative doing major time since 17. He's got 25 years in Cali. Yeah. You know what? As a matter of fact, right now that you mention it, last year I went to California and I recorded an individual coming out of prison after 27 years. He went in at the age of 17. He got out at 40 something. You might want to check that out on my YT page if you will. And like I said here, for those of you that are watching, I don't expect gifts, and I'm not asking for gifts. That's not what I'm here. But I am here to try to get into the algorithm to get some interaction, if you will. So if you guys could go ahead and hit that follow button, that's what I'm looking for. Hitting that follow button. Also, if you guys could go ahead, Kentucky is live. That is correct. If you guys could go ahead and drop some comments on the videos that I do post up to get some engagement going. And also, if you guys could go ahead and repost them, I would highly appreciate it. Today's Tuesday. Oh, man, I don't even know what they were living in. My apologies. Hey, thank you, guys. So I'll check if they got anything going on for Kansas tomorrow. I mean, Kentucky tomorrow. Yeah, I like those Kentucky ones. Those Kentucky ones are is it your name still the same? Yeah, on YT, yeah, it's at CollectCallFrom right here. Like it's in the sticker right here, at CollectCallFrom. Also, it's on my profile too. You know, I made it even easier. Nah, this hearing's not done. They're just waiting to bring in the next individual. Once the next individual comes on, then we'll go ahead and continue. Michigan has some good ones. Really? I'm gonna have to go ahead and check them out. Arizona, I do Arizona. When are you doing Miami-Dade? Miami-Dade is actually on right now. If you jump on my YT page, I got 5 streams going on my YT page right now. And I'll tell you right now which streams I got going right now on my YT. So I got this one, Utah. I got it twice because I'm on it, and I got it running on another computer. I also got Dade County. I got Pima County going on right now. And then that's it. Some of the streams, I got them double. Wisconsin, South Dakota, they do border parole hearings. They did one yesterday, but those border parole hearings in South Dakota, they're unorganized and they suck, to be quite honest with you. So I've been to them once and I never went back again. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, I've watched them. They're good on his YT page. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that, Angel, I think that is, or Angela. AZ is crazy. That you said they didn't do Florida. They don't do Florida. As far what I meant by that, they don't do border parole hearings because we're on border parole hearings. So when you said Florida, I thought that you meant border parole hearings. So border parole hearings they don't do, but they do court hearings. Most of their courts are online for Florida, and I am streaming, like I said, Florida for the court system, the initial appearances, if you will, and that would be bond hearings. So hopefully that answers your question. Deborah says, I love Michigan. I'm going to have to check out Michigan. I haven't done any Michigan ones, but I know they're easily accessible. You said do. What? I did say do. Doesn't sound like a word I would use. You know what I'm saying? I would say poo-poo more likely than doo-doo. Anyhow, what happened to the hearing? So right now they're waiting for the next individual to come on. Texas does do courts. They don't do border parole hearings, if that makes any sense. Same thing always happened in Kentucky hearings. Yeah. Doo-doo, if you will. Doo-doo, actually. Doo-doo, if you will. That's right. So, Liz, Utah, they do not let us know on the spot. But Utah has some crazy-ass cases. It's wild. It's wild in Utah. I never knew that they had that type of amount of crime, and the type of crime they commit in Utah is definitely mind-blowing and also eye-opening and scary at the same time. Doo-doo, no privacy, no privacy walls. Morning, James. Hey, what's up, Jess? How's it going? Appreciate you guys. Hey, and once again, if I cut the stream, it's not because I don't want to cut it because I want to. I cut it because I'm getting violations. And I'm not trying to get banned, if you will. Is it bad out there? For sure. And little lady in Utah, they be doing some wild crimes out in Utah. Not your ordinary type of crimes, like robberies or, carjackings. They're doing some way out stuff that is disgusting. The state that won't let you in be live stream are shady. Yeah, because why aren't they being transparent? That's my question. Like, all I'm looking for is transparency to see what's going on and check if these hearings are being conducted in a fair manner. My mom lives there, and the amount of stuff that goes on, Lord, writes Michelle. Yup. They're hiding. They're hiding something. Yup. Can we see Miami-Dade? You can. But you would have to jump on you would have to jump on on YT, if you will. Can we see Miami-Dade? Transparency, if you will. UA Pinto. Nah, hell nah. I never been to the penitentiary. Homeboy, screw that. I was on the calles. I let that for the homies that wanted to do time. I said, nope. Chale is not for me. Let me see. Is Utah where the more? Yeah, that is correct. That is legalized. Hiding, if you will. What's the the YT is the same as this one here at CollectCallFrom. Right here, look, check it out. It's also my profile. If you go to my profile, you could check it out. Hi from the UK. Hey, I appreciate you guys from the UK. You guys definitely been there's been a large influx of people from the UK, so appreciate you guys. And you know, and I'm gonna say something about the UK TikTok. Born and raised in Florida. I don't know which one is worse, Florida or Utah. Hey, I think they might be neck and neck. So I do want to say something about the welcome original G, Roxy Lee. I will say something about the TikTok in Utah. It's a lot different than the TikTok in the US. I do appreciate the TikTok, the algorithm in the UK. It's a lot different, and they're not in the UK. You guys are not as censored as we are in the US. In the US, I'm always getting my US based TikTok account always getting put on a timeout. The UK doesn't seem as strict when it comes to these streams and whatnot. So that's why I have two different accounts. I have one that's UK based, and I have another one that's US based. You have a collect call from an enemy. Please accept the charges if you will. Press 5. Is going to the 49ers. Let me see. Have here from West Yorkshire. Hey, thank you. Hey, welcome over from UK. I'm watching from Johannesburg, South Africa. Hey, let me ask you something. So since you're from South Africa, I'm not sure if it pertains to you know what Trump was talking about, where they're allowing South Africans to come to the U.S. Do you know anybody that went to the U.S. consulate to try to come to the U.S. since they are going to give them political asylum, if you will? Thumbs up north to the 49ers. Let me see here from San Diego. That's right. Scotland, Ireland, from Birmingham. Is that the UK? I missed it. Scotland. Are they more hearings? Yeah, there is. So right now we're just waiting for them to bring the next individuals in. I'm not sure how long it's gonna take for them to bring him in, but they will. They will. Chester in the UK, following your YT account. Hey, thank you, if you will. Thank you. Highly appreciate that. Mr. and Mrs. Lucio, thank you. Good morning and welcome. Bristol, UK. That's right. Hey, man, I love my UK people. Hey, remember, mind the gap on the underground, if you will. Hey, so if you guys got any questions for me, hey, good morning. This will probably be the best time to ask them because obviously nothing's going on. As long as, let me see, as long as your TikTok money, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get to the 10,000 London, UK. I'm trying to get to the 10,000 so I could go ahead and become part of the creator program, so I could go, try to generate some revenue, if you will. That's why I'm not asking. I'm not asking for donations. Where are you watching at? I'm watching in. This would be Utah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So that's why I'm not pushing that because that's not my goal. My goal is to try to make some few dollars off of the creator program. When are the hearings starting? I'm not sure. We're just waiting right now. So I know a lot of people are impatient and they want it to start. You see, are you a Charger fans or you just threw on that hat? You know what? I'm from LA, so I love anything that's, from down south or from LA. So the Chargers, the Rams, the Lakers, the Dodgers, if it's LA or Southern California base, I'm with it, if you will. Hey, Ghost, thank you for the follow. USC, that's right, the Trojans. Hello from East London, that's right. I'm telling you, man. Hey, this UK algorithm or UK algorithm, highly appreciated. And let me see right here. I'm the same way about Chicago teams. I just followed you on. Hey, thank you, Nick. Highly appreciate you guys. Yeah, we're trying to get to 6,000 followers on the YT, if you will. A Ghost Chase, a lawyer from Belfast, UK. I thought you were going to say Bell End. I was like, what? Bell End? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down there, buddy. We're not going to be having no bell ends here, if you will. And Americans won't understand what a bell end is, if you will. Don't look it up. You're going to be highly shocked what a bell end in the UK is. I love your law over there. They're soft over here. UK and Thailand. Michigan is the ones on A&E. Sacramento Kings, that's right. Let me see. Hey, thank you for purchasing a subscription, Irene. Not required, but appreciate it. Let me see. Michigan is the ones on A&E. We appreciate you guys from the UK. What do you think about the DK trade? I don't know. I have mixed emotions about that. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one. Damn, they're taking their time. HMP Brixton, that's right. Her Majesty's prison. Yeah, I be seeing those videos up in on TikTok about Her Majesty's prison. Let me see. Hey, thank you, appreciate that, Irene. Highly appreciate that. I gotta go and get some. I'm gonna get some icons going. I'm gonna have to switch it up. I just need to, whenever I got some time, send me some love from Spanish Fork. Spanish Fork, Utah. Oh yeah, I'm definitely familiar with Spanish Fork. Hey, that road they got that goes up that winds over to Price. Hey, that's a wild one right there. You gotta definitely proceed with caution. I'm familiar a little bit with Utah up there. That's my DK. My man is incarcerated in Virginia. Maybe they are taking a lunch. It might be possible. It might be possible. His Majesty's. I thought it was Her Majesty's because of the Queen, if you will, Queen Elizabeth. You're welcome. My cheapest subscription I've seen around. we were in yesterday. We were in Connecticut. Today we're in Utah. What state are you in? We're in on the TV on the stream. We're on Utah. I'm from California. I'm from Los Angeles. Dude, you gotta me saying if you will. Hey, that's right. We're gonna start the if you will movement. Hey, it makes sense. Why would you want to say like or you know what you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't sound right. At a certain point, you gotta go ahead and switch up your verbiage. So that's why I use if you will. Yeah, but the Queen did. The Queen. Yeah, if you will. Let me see. Get if you will sticker. Hey, I'm gonna do that. I was born in Bellflower, California. That's right. The Bellflower, is that 323 or 562? The Queen, yeah, she's gone, long gone. Let me see. It's His Majesty's prisons now. All right, Jess. And another thing too, I think in Canada they use that a lot too. They used Her Majesty's. I was tripping out one time when I went out there, that everything was like it was named like that. Her Majesty's. Coachella Valley. That's right. JH. Indio. Oh yeah. Man, they are taking their sweet time today. I might switch it over. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna switch over to drones bring fun. Hey, that's crazy. I be seeing those videos, man. I be tripping out on that. I'm gonna switch over to let me see here. While we wait for Utah to start, I'm gonna open up what do you call it, Florida right now, if you will. Is this all men or women? Baby blue, it's both. It's both. In the morning when they started, gotta go to work. Hey, do the damn thing. So I'm opening up. Hopefully my computer can handle it. Michigan, Jessica, that's right. Let me see. Join the meeting. Let's see. Let's get into this hearing, if you will. All right, here we go. All right, this is Florida right now. Is he talking? Is he not talking? All right. We should. He's not talking right now. He's trying to figure it out. All right, here we go. Once Utah starts, I'll go ahead and cut this one off, and we'll switch over. And this one it's also live too. But it looks like this judge is kind of slow. Florida.
Right.
There we go.
Find probable cause.
Can you guys hear? If you guys could hear, give me a thumbs up. If you guys can't hear, hit thumbs down.
One is a life felony.
No bond pursuant to statute.
Sydney, okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, guys.
Count two.
Count two.
I like that other judge, the female judge. I don't recall what her name is, but she's usually on 5 days a week. She might have taken a day off. She might have got a bit overwhelmed,
75.
if you will.
That's the both counts, Michelle?
Count two.
Morning. I'm
Is
Greg Johnson, a
bondable.
member of the Board of Pardons and Parole. And are you Douglas Luna?
Yes, sir.
Okay, offender number
Oh,
46680.
Utah started. Hold on. I'm going to switch it over.
Today is set for a rehearing. So mostly we want to talk about how you've been doing the last couple of years. See what progress that you've made, okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and get you sworn in.
Took long enough.
Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like you have your blue packet. Okay, so did you go over that disclosure?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does it look accurate?
Yes, sir.
Any questions or concerns?
There is one.
Mhm.
It's on
This guy looks fishy. He looks highly suspect. I'm gonna have to look up his charges right now.
page 2 of the psych eval.
Okay.
What do you guys think
And it
this guy
says
did?
that under criminal history offenses, says he engaged in armed robbery, was found in possession of a weapon and abused substances, and threatened to kill a police officer. Well, threatened to kill a police officer is not accurate. I wanted them to kill me.
Okay.
What the what?
I'll just make a note of that.
Did I hear correctly? Hey, talk about mental
Anything
health.
else?
It's bad out here.
It, as far as I know.
Okay. And I think we can talk a little bit more about that eval as we go along through the hearing.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions before we get started?
No, sir.
Okay. So you've been back here since 2018. There were a couple expectations the board set for you on that order, one of which was a psychological evaluation, and you've mentioned at least one concern about that. Also, to complete residential substance use treatment or substance use treatment and to remain free of major disciplinary violations prior to the hearing. That was the order from the January 6th, 2023 hearing. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you think you've done?
I think I've done pretty good.
Okay, tell me about that.
Before that time, before I went to my hearing, I was employed. I got a job, and I've maintained that employment since.
Okay.
I'm still employed now, other than right now because I'm up here, but
Okay,
my job's still on hold for me.
okay, good.
I haven't had any write-ups or negative C notes.
Okay.
And then regarding the substance abuse,
Mhm.
my social anxiety is kind of hindering in that aspect of it, as is noted by the psychological eval.
Hey, this guy his last name was Luna,
So-
right? Did
So
anybody
it's
catch his
hindering
name?
you in that is, are there parts you think you could do or what?
If I didn't have to be in a group, I'd be all right.
Okay, so if it was individual
Yeah.
counseling? Okay. The group thing, what about the dorm style of living?
That's a little sketchy for me too, because I've done most all of my time in a cell.
Okay,
And so that open area is kind of not, I don't know, it's strange to get used to
okay.
live in.
Yeah, it's different, so, okay. All right.
Hey, thank you for following Dick.
So let's talk about the psych eval for a bit. I made note of that concern you had with it. What do you think about the rest of that evaluation?
I was kind of puzzled by the very first page, which is a letter to Alison Tumminson.
Right.
It says that that I might have autism. So that's
Yeah, that was an email.
yeah, that was the email. Excuse me, sorry.
No, I'm just making sure we're on the same
Yes.
same page.
And so that was kind of threw me for a loop,
Mhm.
but I didn't. If there's a test for that, then I'm open to that to be taken.
Okay. Was that new? Was that the first time someone ever
Yes.
said that to you?
He does have Coke bottles.
Those
are big ass
Did
Coke bottles.
Dr. Mom talk to you about what that means?
No, just the email was the first time I'd heard of it.
Okay. All right. Do you think that it could be possible?
I think it could be, looking back, a lot of the different quote unquote tics and behaviors.
Those things are like
kind of,
super thick.
I guess, not only fall in line with bipolar affective disorder, but to autism too.
Okay. All right. All right. Anything else about that psych eval?
No, as far as I know, it's accurate.
Okay.
I'd like to have done a little bit better on my IQ test, but that's, I guess, par for the course.
Okay. And one of the recommendations was what's said here is mentally ill offender program. Now they call that mental health support services. That was a recommendation in the eval. What do you think about that?
I think that's very accurate. I think that's would be very beneficial to myself.
Okay. And it also talked about needing connections, needing some support.
Yes, sir.
What do you think you need for support?
Like it says, I have no family support. They've all passed away. And as far as friends go, the only friends I really am able to make are people that have been incarcerated, because the stigma of having been incarcerated is a big roadblock to achieving friendships.
Okay. I understand that, yeah. Okay. And part of the recommendations as well were substance use treatment. What do you think about that?
I could see that.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what he did yet. I'm trying to look that up, if you will. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to confirm his name.
So it seems like overall you agree with that evaluation, and maybe there'd be some things that you would follow up with on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thanks. So let's talk about behavior for a bit. And I do note that the last write-up that I have is 2020. So that's several years ago.
Yes, sir.
And the write-ups were just for intoxication or intoxicant.
I was failure to produce.
Yeah.
'Cause I couldn't produce enough urine in the 2-hour allotted time.
Yeah. Yep. That's what they both say. So again, I'm recognizing, number one, that those aren't as serious as like fighting or some other things. So I recognize that. I'm also recognizing that you've done well for quite a few years since then. How do you think you've managed to stay out of trouble for these years?
Just staying in my cell.
Okay.
Going to work, staying in my cell, watching TV, doing my crossword puzzles.
Okay.
That's about it. Being respectful to staff.
Okay. And as far as not being able to produce, I mean, that can be an anxiety thing at any time. Has that changed?
It has, because I've been able to work with the officers, and they've, been a little bit more, I guess, acknowledging of the fact that it's hard to produce.
Okay.
So I haven't had and I've been able to produce since, and I still have problems going, but it's not as bad as it was.
Okay. So do you think part of that is your ability to communicate with the officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, again, that looks good. I recognize that that's an improvement. So I appreciate that you've made that work.
Thank you.
And you already talked a little bit about your employment. We do have a positive C note in the institutional progress report. So that seemed like a good progress report.
Yes, sir.
For you. Okay. All right. So as far as how you've been doing in prison since then, you do have a couple classes like impact of crime, relapse prevention, anger management. Tell me about how those went.
Those were good. And the majority of the classes that I've been taking were on the tablet.
Okay.
And those are a lot easier for me to do because I'm not obviously like in the group settings, but it gives me more time to concentrate right there on the groups. Like the impact of crime. I know my impact of crime on my victims may not, there was no victim statement or no victim impact at court or here, but I do realize the fact that I harmed those people in a very negative way.
Okay.
And not only them, but the rest of society, because there might have been other people in the store. I don't know. I was the driver, but I'm assuming there was other people in the store, and those people are affected too. It's like the quote unquote ripple in the pond effect.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, I'm glad you've taken some time to think about that. So just kind of to summarize the last couple of years, you've done well behaviorally, not getting write-ups. You have done some programming.
Hello.
The substance use treatment's been a challenge because of the anxiety, the group setting. So we haven't been able to do that. Generally have good recommendations. The psych review, I think in general you agree with what is recommended. So let's talk about potential plans for release. Tell me about that.
If I'm paroled, I know I'll have to go to a halfway house. That's a given. And I know that I can take advantage of the classes that they have available or courses there. And then as far as employment goes, I'd have to get with whoever's in charge of the halfway house to go on employment hunting for something that's unique to my ability, if I have that uniqueness anymore. I used to do a lot of woodworking and computer stuff, but get back into that, that'd be all right. But the main thing for me is to do the classes that I need to that will help keep me out.
Okay. All right.
It's like I told the lady at the psych eval, I said, all I had to do is contact my parole officer and keep in contact with him, and I would not be here.
I think so. As I read the file, I think you're right. And to me, that connects with like the having a difficult time producing, where you're communicating better with the officers and you're getting a better outcome.
Yes, sir.
So it kind of sounds like the same thing, that if you can communicate and cooperate with your agent, you'll do better.
Yes. And that's after the loss of my mom in 2016, that was hard for me. It still is, but I figured I'd just suck it up and try to do it on my own without any help. And obviously that didn't work out. So now I'm realizing that just asking for help is not that big of a deal.
Okay. Is it still hard to ask for help?
Not as much.
Okay. All right. And
still get nervous about asking for help, but I realize that the worst they can do is say no.
Right. Right. And usually you get a good outcome.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, good. Is there anything else you think that would support you as you go back to the community?
Other than doing what program I need to do on hopefully the MIO program. Well, I forgot what you called it.
Well, they changed the name to Mental Health Support Services.
Mental Health Support Services. So I feel that if I can take advantage of that to its full extent, that'll do me a ton of good
Yeah,
and society.
it's a good program. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that would be helpful. And when you said woodworking, did you do that professionally?
No, I did it at the furniture shop at UCI.
Okay, so you have some training there.
Yes,
And then computers, where did you learn that?
in here, in prison, when I was here my last time. And I was doing AutoCAD and some database stuff.
Okay,
So,
good. Good. Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like you do have some good plans for release there. I think you're realistic that there'll be some challenges. You talked about, positive friendships, and sometimes people don't give you a chance. And I think you said it was like an uphill battle. Yeah. But you do have some good recommendations, and I think they can help you out with that. As you're aware, we make decisions by majority vote, so I don't give you a decision today. We need to take time to deliberate on that.
yes, sir.
We'll send that to you in writing in about 7 to 10 days.
Okay.
And, there needs to be some transition time. Like if it's mental health support services, usually the release date is some weeks out so they can get ready for you.
Okay.
Okay. That's typically how we need to do things.
Okay.
All right. But as we make that decision, is there anything else we haven't covered that you think is important to know?
I don't believe so. I believe we've covered everything.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, again, I recognize that you've made progress. I encourage you to keep that up, even though it's hard at times, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything before we close?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That concludes our hearing.
Okay.
Hey, so you know how earlier on I was mentioning that a lot of these crimes that happen in Utah, they're disgusting. So I just looked up the next individual that's going to be coming up. His name is going to be Justin Hill. If it is this guy right here, oh man, he's one of the worst right here. I'm gonna go ahead and put it up on the screen. Hopefully you guys can see it. Let me know if you guys can see it on the screen. I know that it's kind of bright, but I'm pretty sure it is gonna be this dude right now. Let me see if I could adjust the. Can you guys see it? Can't see. This phone sucks that I'm using it. But it says man accused of young girl in restroom in West Valley business. And I also looked, if this is a guy, so look, I pulled him up, and if it's this guy, you see his picture right there, then it's him. Can you guys see? Can you guys see? I know it's too light because of the, it's, maybe I move my head. But yeah, so if it's that guy, then he has some wood chipper crimes, if you will. Those type of crimes should definitely be a flush. That's right, Awa. We're gonna go ahead right now. When we see him, we'll confirm if it's him or not. Just give us some. I'm not sure how long it's gonna take for him to start it up, but hopefully it's Awa. Hey man, hey, you guys keep those comments coming about the mustache. You guys got me cracking up over here. You know, I got the, what was it, the Tom Selleck and the Cheech Marin, if you will. I'm gonna have to make some stickers with my mustache on it, if you will. Let me see. That's your niche. Yeah. Who just flushed the toilet? Oh, yeah, I know a lot of you guys haven't heard the toilet yet. Yeah, so the toilet is normally reserved for those that have those type of crimes that are definitely definitely frowned upon in the community, if you will. I mustache you a question. I mustache you a question. I like that one. Yeah. You see, man, you guys are definitely a creative bunch, if you will. All right. got to take a picture of that because if not, then I'll forget. Is this a live video? 110%. Yes, it is. This is a live feed. Who just flushed the toilet, if you will, the womb broom. Let me see. Yup. Someone said SNL Steve Harvey yesterday. I would like to be referred to as Luis Harvey, if you will. Luis. You see, that's why he wants to be alone. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that love of Mandy and Teddy. Not required, but highly appreciated. Yeah, the flush that toilet. The flavor saver. That's right. The Burt Reynolds. You see. If your eyebrow coming down for a drink. You see, flush that toilet, cell search. You are pretty hilarious. Hey, you know what, Ashley? My wife is always complaining. She's always telling me I'm not funny. She's always telling me, don't quit your job. You're not funny. Those people on TikTok are lying to you. I'm like, you're just a hater. ¿Sabes español? A huevo que sí. Let me see. I must ask you a question, but I'll shave it for you. I'll shave it for later. Ay, ay, ay. I thought my wife had just shown up. Probably heard me talking about her. She'd be doing that. She'll just pop up out of nowhere. All incognito. Hey, if you guys don't mind sharing, let's go ahead and get a collect call, roll call going on right here. Where you guys coming in from? If you're not tapping, you are napping. Don't be a Krabby Patty. That's right. Cursing. Highly appreciate that, if you will. Indiana, South Carolina, Michigan, Oregon, Utah. Samantha, hey, you better be careful out there in Utah. Iowa, Scotland, Tennessee, Denver, 805, California. That's right. Santa Barbara from Michigan. Okay. I can't even pronounce that one, so I'm not going to even try. Fresno, California. Soy salvadoreño, puertorriqueño, pero criado en Los Ángeles, California. So sí, hablo español y hablo inglés. I'm half Salvadorian, half Puerto Rican, born and raised in Los Angeles, California. Durango, a huevo, canal. Let me see, H-Town, Houston, Boston, Riverside, California, the 951. Chester, UK, Iowa, New Jersey. I'm going to be out in New Jersey soon. Beaumont. Is that Beaumont, California or Beaumont, Texas, Australia? I'm from Cherokee County, Georgia, in the house. Scotland, UK. Let me see. From NY, if you will, Iowa. Damn, what was it? Charlotte, North Carolina. Tennessee, San Diego, Arizona, Scotland, London, Vegas. That's right, the 702, if you will. All right, from Scotland, UK, Scotland. Oh, damn, we got a lot of you from Scotland, or is it the same person posting up Scotland? Oklahoma, Chester, UK, Connecticut, Scotland, Birmingham, UK. If you're not tapping, you are slacking. Fresno, California, Utah, Kent, UK, Iowa, Ohio, baby, Scotland, Arizona, Utah, Georgia, Texas, Texas, Maryland, Colorado, DV, Orlando, Florida. Anyone from Jupiter? That's Utah, right? Oklahoma, H-Town, West Midlands, UK, Scotland, Colorado, 305 till I move. That's right, Mr. Worldwide. Colorado, Newcastle, UK, Chester, Buena Park, California. That's right. That's Buena Park is 714, right? Or is it some of it's 562? Long Beach, California, Washington. Atlanta. Oh, snap. Did my phone just die? Have I been on that long? It hasn't been charging up. Oh, shit. My phone died. Not the UK one, but let me hold on. Give me a minute. I got to put this other phone to charge up. Sometimes I got so much stuff going on, I lose track of these phones over here. So I didn't even realize that that I was redlining it, and it just died in the middle of the stream. Let me see. We got Scotland, Corona, You All Matter, UK, Sacramento, Galveston, Texas, Clovis, California, Tucson, Florida, Birmingham, Scotland, London, Pennsylvania, Chicago versus the world, the 405, the 503, Oregon, Atlanta, Canada. Let me see, El Choco 915, Fort Worth, Texas, Salt Lake City, Utah, Orange County, Kentucky, West Virginia. Damn, man, you guys are from all over the place. Can America, if you will. Do we have anybody from the Gulf of Mexico, Miami, Florida, Mars, UK, Liverpool, North San Juan, California, England, London, Navajo Nation, Nuevo Mexico, Turlock, California, West Virginia, Can America, if you will. Yeah, the 714. Can America, if you will. You see, we got a bunch of Can Americas. San Diego, Canada, New Zealand. That's right. Orange County, California, Idaho, San Diego, baby, Scotland, Ohio, Tucson, Arizona, Jupy, Hertfordshire, UK, Texas. Jupiter, what courtroom are we in today? Right now, we're not in court. We're in court. We're not in court. We're in, you know what? I'm right now while we're waiting, I'm going to switch on, I'll switch on, while we wait, I'll switch on, what is this called? Florida, while we wait. My husband was Utah Correctional Facility, but they moved him to Central Utah Facility. Okay. This is right now we're in Dade County, in the.
That's why you're charged with
in the 305, if you will.
burglary with an assault or battery therein, which is a life felony.
The judge is kind of out of it. Dade 305, Miami-Dade. Dade County, Florida. You guys are definitely familiar with this place. Can you see? Is that Wyoming? Hey, thank you, love of Maddie and Teddy. Welcome over. Thanks for jumping on over. They're just not happy with this kid. What this fool do? Does New Zealand do them? Hell, I don't think so. I think that's just a U.S. thing. I don't think there's any other countries that have Wisconsin. Okay. Free. Hey, Kodak Black is locked up right now. Yeah, so I don't think there's any other places or any other countries that do it. There's no volume because he's not talking. That's why I'm talking right now. But I don't think there's any other countries that have like these type of transparency, if you will, when it comes to like either court hearings or any type of hearings. So I can see why a lot of you would be intrigued. I was reading one of the comments. Somebody had put a comment on the Zoom video chat.
Judge, would you add the victim's name to this stay away order? The victim is Torrance, Torrence, last name Young.
Hey Nicole, which stream are you on? Are you on the vertical stream?
pursuant to the statute.
So Judge, I would ask that you find probable cause for at best simple battery. There's nothing indicating that Mr. White did not have permission to come into the room. The arrest form does state that the alleged victim was sleeping at the time. So if he was sleeping at the time, he would not know how Mr. White entered the room, whether or not his roommate or anybody else let him into the room at the time, Judge. So at best, it would be a simple battery.
No, I cannot talk to him because I got the microphone off on Zoom. And they'll probably kick me out if I did try
So
to
he
talk
went
to
into
them.
the victim's room and punched him over his body because of a previous incident where the defendant's sister was maced. It does not appear that the defendant had permission to be in that room.
So Judge, if the alleged victim is sleeping at the time, then he would not know how Mr. White was allowed in the room if he was sleeping. It looks like it's a college dorm, Judge. That information is void in the arrest form. I would ask that Your Honor find probable cause for simple battery, which is essentially what this case is all about, a simple battery.
So he went into the victim's dorm room without permission and beat him because he was mad about an incident with his sister. I think there's probable cause.
Doesn't state without permission.
Oh shit, what did I do? I did it. How the hell did I do the green screen? Oopsie. Let me see here. How do I turn it off?
If you want to bring a police officer in or
If
somebody.
Your Honor's not finding PC, then I'll bring the officer in this afternoon. Or actually, let me see if I can get the officer in now.
No, let's wait. Bring him this afternoon. Let's keep.
Okay, no problem.
Bring him back.
Hey, so I normally jump on in the mornings or throughout the day. It just varies on what my schedule for the day is.
We're
Today,
resetting this for the afternoon?
We're resetting it to the afternoon.
Okay.
As far as the entry.
today, well, obviously, I'm here right now, but tomorrow I'll be on in the morning also.
Before I
It
put
just
somebody on a birthday.
it just varies. What the best suggestion I would give you would be to follow on TT and also follow me on YT, so like that you don't miss any of my live streams.
And we're gonna take, this is who corrections wants, Wendy Martinez.
I'm not sure what he did, but on this guy right now, they should say it right now, so I'll try to keep it down.
Corrections, you get that?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Ronnie Martinez, number 47, page 14.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. You're charged with petty theft, 2 or more convictions.
This guy was petty theft. He got caught for petty theft. This is Miami-Dade we're in right now, Mike. So right now we're just waiting for Utah to start up. Once Utah starts, I'm gonna cut this one and we'll go back to Utah.
My probable cause, $2,500 bond.
Stay away order?
Stay away order from Whole Foods downtown, 299 Southeast 3rd Avenue.
I remember her from
Okay.
before. Hey, thank you for that. I highly
Corrections.
appreciate that,
You're
Stacy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's keep going.
Hey, I got a story about
Manuel Valeria.
I got a story about a doctor named Stacy. I might share it with you guys one of these days. It definitely left me with a foul taste in my mouth, if you will. Hey, Tita, thank you for sharing. Highly appreciate that. Next up on The Price is Wrong.
Spanish interpreter for Mr. Valera, please.
Oh yeah. It might be too. It might. Very, yes, very interesting. Share with us. I'll make a video about it. I love Miami. I ain't even hear what happened. Last person, he was mad though. He was there for shoplifting. If it was the guy right before this one, he was there for shoplifting. Look at her. She's all over the place when she speaks.
It looks like Bondsman's here.
Parecer el fiador está presente, dice.
Oh,
Chichi Bail Bonds.
that's the interpreter on the bottom right there with the glasses. That's
Es
the
de
interpreter.
Chichi Bail Bonds.
So you see how we got a better high quality interpreter here, if you will, opposed to the ones from Maricopa County. And those of you that are normally watching the Maricopa County with us, you guys exactly know what I'm talking about. I'll be waiting for that video. I'll get it out. I'm going to title it something like a gynecologist named Stacy, if you will. Yeah, better interpretation. Yeah, you know what? And I think it's because these interpreters are here. They're U.S. They're in the U.S. She's here, opposed to the ones from Arizona, Pima County, and Maricopa County. I think they're located outside the U.S. Does it involve your mustache? No, luckily not. Luckily not, bro. What made you interested in court cases?
Charges of aggravated assault with a firearm.
Está acusando de agresión con arma de fuego.
Improper exhibition of a weapon.
Haber exhibido un arma de fuego de manera inapropiada.
And unlawful discharge of a firearm in a public place.
Y también haber descargado un arma de fuego en un lugar público.
Whoa.
Judge, I would ask you to find no probable cause for all charges.
That's right, David.
El defensor de oficio está indicando que el juez no encuentre que hubo causa o motivo fundado para todas las acusaciones.
The arrest form indicates that Mr. Valera exited his car. The alleged victim exited his car, approached Mr. Valera. After exchanging words,
These are bond
the
hearings. That
alleged
is
victim
correct.
attempted to hit Mr. Valera.
Porque indica en el reporte que la supuesta víctima salió del auto con la intención de golpear de acercarse o golpear el auto del señor Valera.
And it was at that time that he allegedly brandished a firearm.
Y que parece ser en ese momento que él mostró o enseñó el arma de fuego.
So the defendant wasn't justified in using deadly force.
Bueno, pero no se justifica que el acusado haya hecho uso de una fuerza extrema.
So Judge, he didn't do anything with the firearm until it alleges that the alleged victim ran to his car to go get his gun from the glove compartment. And as he got his gun from the glove compartment, he exited holding the firearm. And that's when they say Mr. Valera then discharged 2 rounds, not making any contact.
Damn, it's like
Bueno,
the Wild Wild
pero no es
West.
hasta ese momento, su señoría, que la supuesta víctima fue y obtuvo su arma de fuego de su propio auto, donde al momento que se acercó el señor Valera, es ahí donde el señor Valera realizó 2 disparos al aire sin tener ningún tipo de contacto.
But the defendant didn't have any legal justification to initially pull out his gun.
Pero la fiscalía indica que el acusado no tenía una justificación legal para inicialmente utilizar el arma de fuego.
Does indicate that allegedly the victim attempted to hit him.
Pero se indica además que la víctima, la supuesta víctima, estaba intentando golpearlo.
At the bottom of page 1.
Finding probable cause at each count.
So, somebody asked me, what,
count 1.
Judge, would you consider reduced bonds for him? This does not appear to be, it looks like he's defending himself from.
2,500 on count 1. I'll give him that break. Okay. 2,500 on count one. 1,000 on count two.
Thank you.
500 on count three.
Y en la fianza se va a fijar como corresponde. En la primera acusación, 2.500. En la segunda, 1.000. Y en la tercera, 500.
I don't know if he knows this
Thank you,
individual
Sandy.
because he had this obligations. However, he should stay away from Ultron Martin. If he does, no contact with that person.
Bien, de la misma manera se indica que usted no podría tener ningún tipo de contacto, sea con la víctima o el lugar donde sucedieron los hechos.
Next case, please.
Okay. Your Honor, my colleague is here to relieve me. I'm going to disconnect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Later.
Luis Cardenas.
So,
Mr. Cardenas, please. Let's go. Come on, folks.
come on, folks. Kind of UPN our operation are you guys running over here?
Spanish for Mr. Cardenas, please.
Okay.
Mr. Cardenas is charged with possession of cocaine
Posesión de cocaína es el cargo, señor Cárdenas.
and also an open container of alcohol.
No, not
Couldn't
yet.
get that, Your Honor. It was kind of muffled. I'm sorry.
Possession of cocaine, crack, specifically, and an open container of alcohol.
The judge's microphone is
Okay,
all
señor.
messed
Posesión
up.
de cocaína. I didn't get the second charge. I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's very, very muffled in and out.
Open container of alcohol.
Oh, tener un contenedor, un recipiente abierto de alcohol.
Locked up, they won't let me out. They won't let me out. Hey, so the reason I started doing these courts,
Yeah. Find probable cause.
Encuentro motivo fundado para el cargo.
That's for pretrial.
Pre-trial.
Está pidiendo la abogada que tiene ahí al lado suyo una audiencia especial.
Count two will be 150. Correct.
And what was
Thank you.
count one, Your Honor?
2,500 as an alternate bond with pre-trial.
Okay. Ok, le están ofreciendo un programa y la fianza alterna, por si no lo aceptaran, 2.500 en el cargo 1, 150 en el cargo 2.
hey, thank you, Kara.
Urban Johnson.
To be honest with you, when I bought it, I didn't even know it was a clock, but that's what I was looking for. I was looking for a clock, and it happened. It turned out to be one.
Urban
So
Johnson, an added charge.
Utah's not up yet. Yeah, we're still waiting. We're in Pima County right now.
Mr. Johnson, you got an added charge here of any theft convictions or more.
Man, some people can't even afford $50. Last time, some dude was begging to be left out in Arizona, and he said he could only do $50. And to be quite honest with you, I don't even think he could have done those $50. The Connecticut ones are the most interesting. They are.
What's going to find probable cause?
You know what?
One count, two.
Actually,
2,500.
the Kentucky ones are really good also. You should check those out. I got those on my YT page archive.
There we go from Whole Foods.
What was the bond, Judge?
Hey, thank you,
500,
Christy.
2,500.
Chris, thank you. Highly appreciate that.
George Gonzalez.
Your Honor, we need to get one out of turn on page 15. Brandon Muxo, number 49.
No, never did Georgia. Rox, thank you. And Chris, gracias. Highly appreciate it. Kansas bonds are mainly cash bonds without any bondsman. Oh, interesting. Thank you for sharing that, Sydney. Or Cindy. My apologies. Oh, they got him on the Ninja Turtle suit. Oh,
All right, Brandon Muxo. Mr. Muxo charges criminal mischief, $1,000 or more.
they got him in a turtle vest.
I don't know if the alleged victim is here.
He was
Ms.
that
Cardi,
bad
if you're
boy.
here, can you raise your hand on Zoom? If the victim's not here, Judge, I can bring the officer in. I think there may be an issue as to the amount of damage.
I think this is gonna be. This is gonna be good if he talks. This is gonna be good. I could see it already just by his motions, the way he's moving around. This is gonna be TikTok gold, if you will. Hey, so the reason I started this was because I normally do my whole channel started with doing interviews with individuals that are currently incarcerated in the state of California, and then we would talk about the board of parole hearings.
Ms. Corey making an issue?
So
Ms. Corey?
I was trying to see if I could get access to the California board of parole hearings, but they don't offer access. So I started looking up other states, and it kind of just took me down the rabbit hole. I started doing these. The cop is telling me, be quiet, shut your mouth before I knock your teeth out. And the dude's like, you're not gonna knock my teeth out, I'll sue you. Cop was like, yeah, you're gonna sue this fist on your mouth. You have to pick up your teeth off the floor. No more locked doors. This isn't fair. You guys can't treat me like this. I'm American. America, freedom. Yeah. Just wait till we get off a camera. You got something coming. You got a knuckle sandwich. Have you ever met my left and my right?
Oh, I don't think she wants you to hear what he's saying. She's waiting her turn on the mic.
I got that too. But, you know.
Judge, I can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
the
word.
So, Miss Corey, are you raising probable cause?
One moment, I need to review the arrest form. I just found it. It was lost in another file.
The conversation was going something like that. They might have been added some added dramatics for more just for it to be dramatic, if you will. So I'm at work trying to listen, laughing out loud. What's the end for that? I don't know. If they said it, I missed it because I was talking. But I think my version was better. He's there for DV.
Judge, I'd ask you to find probable cause for misdemeanor criminal mischief.
He's there
I'll
for
bring the officer in for a PC hearing tomorrow. I mean,
Criminal
this afternoon I'll try.
mischief.
And a Lamborghini for.
I mean, I think it will definitely be over 1,000, but I don't think the officer wrote it. The court's finding PC and there's no need to bring the officer in.
You guys can't treat me like this. I'm American. I'm gonna get my judge on you guys. I'm gonna put cases on each one of you guys. I'm taking those badges. You guys can't treat me like this. I pay your job salary. I'm a tax-paying American. You hear? You guys will not get away with this. You guys don't know who I know. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, call whoever you want to call, buddy. If you make it out of here alive, don't you forget.
I don't think he would be amenable.
Don't you forget. I'll jump in. I'll jump if I want to. I'll jump up and down if I want
You
to.
said 2,500,
Nothing
Your
you can do
Honor?
about it.
Yes.
Man, I should do some voiceovers. I'm pretty good at this.
Layaway order from.
You guys can't do this to me.
Lamborghini.
Take
So
your
we're not
badges.
hardy, but that's what happened.
I'm back. I told
Judge, I'm
you.
not sure if he's able to understand.
You guys can't stop me. You guys can't stop me. You gotta hear from my lawyer.
I didn't get that, Miss Corey.
I'm not sure if he's able to understand the stay away order, Judge, based upon his current condition.
Oh.
Yeah, if we needed
Well,
to. I'm not sure what he was. I was too busy.
Will explain it to him.
I'm a taxpaying American. If you will, you can't
Your Honor,
stop
for
me.
Mr. Gonzalez Cespedes is added charges and he has a hold for immigration.
Oh, he's done. He's,
And he has
he's
two cases.
Spanish interpreter, please.
if you will.
Do we have an interpreter?
Yes, Your
Aquí,
Honor.
I'm
Thank you.
here, Your Honor.
The case ending in 5,000. The charge is grand theft in the third degree.
En el caso terminando en 5,000, robo de mayor cuantía en tercer grado.
F, what is that? 40 plus 750 dwelling?
And he's just charged with stealing, I think, from a cartilage.
La fiscal dice como robo, pero de los alrededores de la casa.
Because she's a native speaker, a native
It's back from
Spanish
a
speaker.
cartilage.
Yeah, it has. It has. I hear Miami has definitely been crazy with that yellow. That's a collect. Man, they're definitely taking a long time over there at freaking Utah. I wonder what the holdup is.
Okay, so if I get this properly, it comes back to the same house that he allegedly took something from day before. People provide tape. Am I understanding that properly?
Regresa a la misma casa. Momentico, la fiscal está leyendo el formulario de arresto.
I don't know about the same
the holdup,
day,
if
but he's
you
just being
will.
charged with
Los
stealing somebody's
Cubanos.
Amazon packages from the porch, I think.
You're the
Parece
worst.
ser robo de los paquetes de Amazon del porche de la casa.
He's the worst. He is I hate those. He's a porch pirate. One way to HELL, if you will, all aboard. Porch pirate. Hate those, man. Shh. Come home, my package is gone. Like, what?
Okay, going to find probable
One of
cause.
those.
Encuentro que hay motivo fundado para el cargo.
I despise porch pirates, people that steal catalytic converters, rob from street vendor robbers. Those are the worst, and I'm pretty sure if I'm missing anybody, go ahead and add it to the list, if you will. We're currently in Dade County, Florida. somebody that takes packages from
2,500, Your
your...
Honor.
Yes.
$2,500 de fianza, señor.
Okay, on the second case, and
Y en el segundo caso,
that's the armed burglary.
I remember that one. Yeah.
es robo a mano armada que se castiga con cadena perpetua.
Oh, damn, life.
And grand theft in the third degree armed.
Y robo de mayor cuantía en tercer grado, armado.
Poach pirate, if you will. Hey, you know what? Who's seen the one of the glitter bomb?
Stick count.
Those glitter bomb ones are funny.
I didn't get 6 counts. I see it, but I didn't get 6 times. Oh, we entered 6 vehicles, allegedly.
So Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause for the armed portions. There's nothing indicating that at the time of this particular incident,
that, Rose.
Mr. Gonzalez Cespedes was armed.
This is bond.
La abogada que tiene ahí a su lado está diciendo que no encuentre motivo fundado para las porciones donde dice que usted estaba armado, porque no lo especifica.
So it's circumstantial.
es circunstancial, dice la fiscal.
He's never seen with a knife. They're saying that he committed another crime later on, that he was found with a knife, and that one was allegedly an armed burglary. But for this case, there's nothing indicated that he was armed at the time.
Y la abogada dice que en este caso no dice nada que estaba armado en ese momento, que lo encontraron después, en otro caso que tiene, con un cuchillo, pero nada dice que ese cuchillo lo tenía cuando cometió este delito.
I'm finding PC for burglary, not for armed.
Okay, estoy encontrando motivo fundado para allanamiento, pero no armado.
Where did she pick up the knife that they have on?
No, yeah, it says that this happened 6 minutes after the burglary with the assaults.
Wait, hold on.
This judge is too slow for me. I don't know if I hate this judge more than the judge in Pima County, the guy that's slow as molasses, if you will. If you guys watch Pima County with me, you guys know exactly who I'm talking about. They're like,
So I think he's got to have the knife.
they're neck and neck right
Because
now.
He committed a crime 6 minutes before the incident with the knife, and when they arrested him, he had a knife.
And this guy's on a crime spree.
Okay,
He's like
yo
a
sí-
one.
Dice la fiscal, yo sí creo que él tenía el cuchillo, porque lo arrestaron en otro incidente 6 minutos después y ya tenía un cuchillo.
Okay,
They
sounds like
arrest
he,
him, looks like they arrest him 3.5 hours after the alleged incident, Judge.
Dice la abogada suya que parece ser que lo arrestaron 3 horas después del presunto incidente.
Oh, no, wait, that's.
Moment.
Most likely he is a ghost chase. That's why I'm glad I was born here. I don't gotta deal with none of this nonsense, at least yet. But I'm pretty sure the way things, this dude setting everything up, I'm pretty sure he's trying to take citizenship away from individuals like me that were born here. I'm a direct. Oh, hey, Utah's back on. Utah is back on. I repeat, we're about to switch over right now. We're switching over, guys. We are switching over.
All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for a rehearing on Justin Aaron Hill, 187558. Is that you?
Yes.
My name is Bradley Rich, a member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here today, making a recommendation. Then you'll receive notice in writing of the results once a majority of the board has arrived at a decision. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Have you received 7 days notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing the information we'll be going over?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections, objections, or concerns with that material?
One of the things in the assessment part, it states the wrong date of my reincarceration. It says 2023 when it was actually 2024.
Yeah, and I have the arrest date as June 27th, 2024.
I think that's the least of his problems.
That in the report, but the record should reflect that you were paroled on March 21st of 2023, and an arrest warrant, and you were arrested on 6/27/2024, 15 months later.
Right.
All right, let me tell you where I think we stand. Then I want to hear from you, both in response to the issues that I'm about to raise and anything else you think that the board ought to consider. You are in prison on a variety of charges, the most serious of which is attempted aggravated sexual assault of a child.
There it is.
Which is a 100-year sentence, which has a maximum expiration date of November 19th, 2110. You have guidelines on the new charge, which we'll review here in just a second. You have a guideline of 20 months, which will put you out February 27th of 2026. this parole violation was your second parole. Let me ask you a little bit about the new case. I'm trying to figure out why you did what you did. I mean, you attempted to flee an officer on what they describe as a mini motorcycle. Yeah. I guess I don't understand what you thought you were going to get away from there. And in addition to asking you what the circumstances were surrounding that arrest, I'm hoping you will share with me what went, how your parole went and what went wrong with it. So go ahead.
So my parole seemed to be going fine. It's just my motorcycle wasn't registered. It wasn't street legal. And I think I panicked when the cop tried to pull me over. And I knew I wasn't going to get away, but I really didn't think ahead of time. I panicked and I accelerated and took off. After I got a few blocks away, I did end up pulling over and stopping and obeying the commands of the officer, but I should have stopped initially at the very beginning. I just panicked and didn't think things through right in that moment.
So, did you use drugs while you were on parole?
No, not this time, sir.
And did you, what did you have for employment?
I work at a rebar manufacturing company.
Mm-hmm. And what's your plans for your next parole?
I'm going back to work with the same company, and I've got my landlord that I had before is willing to rent me another place as soon as I can get out.
Mm-hmm. So you got a place to go?
Correct.
And I guess that you can anticipate that your next parole will have roughly the same special conditions as your last parole. And so far as I can see, you're in San Pete, and you're doing great there, or at least you're not having any problems. What are you doing there?
Well, there's not really a lot to do. They've got some tablet courses that I can learn different business skills and what I can do to possibly open my own business and write business plans and stuff like that. I've been doing a lot of those courses and just trying to keep myself busy, socializing with the guys in the section, that kind of thing.
Socialize? Who would socialize with him? Oh, I know who will socialize with him.
Yeah.
I know exactly.
I was trying to figure out, I mean, you have a variety of charges that you're in on, 5 of them in total. The most serious one is the one I've always referenced, the attempted sexual abuse of a child. And I was unable to see that you ever completed sex offender therapy. What's your history of treatment regarding that?
When I was in Draper, initially, I completed the SOTP program. And then after I was released in 2018, I did my continuing care and also did my polygraph and successfully completed both of those.
Yeah. And that was, as I have that was really from 2018 to 2021, you were involved in that therapy, and you did get credit for successful completion.
Correct.
And as I understand it, on your last confinement, they didn't require you to do anything additional. Is that the way that one went?
With my last confinement, because I came back on drug charges, they had me do the drug treatment program at the halfway house, which I completed successfully.
And on your last parole,
I did find one.
Were you getting treatment or therapy for anything in particular?
No. After I completed the substance abuse treatment at the halfway house, I didn't have any other therapy after that.
Do you feel like you need additional therapy?
I feel like the building resilience program would give me some insight and help me out a little bit.
What about mental health issues. I looked through your record and really couldn't see any evidence that there are any mental health issues. You've had some substance abuse and DUI issues in the past. Obviously, you've completed sex offender treatment 4 or 5 years ago.
Hey, Bexy.
Do you think you got any other mental health issues that have not been addressed?
I don't believe I have any other mental health issues.
And are you currently on any medications?
No.
We're currently in Utah, if you will.
Well, all right. You've had two paroles. Both of them have ended in revocation. You know, this one went for quite a while. It was like I say, I think roughly 15 months. You think you're in a position where you can successfully complete a parole?
I believe so. This time around, I've got a lot more goals. I've got a lot more support behind me. My family's behind me this time. I've got plans for starting my own business as soon as I can. Of course, I've got to go back to work and save enough money to be able to do so. But I believe I've got a better goal mindset, and I believe it'll be a lot easier this time now that I've got plans in place.
Yeah. You intend to live by yourself, though, I take it?
I do. It's just I can't live with my family because of the places that they live. Their landlords don't allow felons to live there. So I'm going to have to get my own place. And last time I was out, I lived on my own, which was just fine. I was able to pay my bills and stay above water and do just fine living by myself. So I think I can do it just fine.
Hey, thank you, Liz.
All right. Well, you've answered all my questions. Anything else you think the board ought to consider?
I think we've gone over basically everything that I can think of.
Well, good luck to you. You'll be hearing from us, and there's nothing further. We'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, just giving you guys a heads up. So I'm only going to be on for about half an hour more. There's some other things I got to go ahead and take care of, but I will leave the streams up running on YT. If you guys want to continue watching, I would strongly suggest and be thankful if you guys come over to at CollectCallFrom on YT, and you guys could go ahead and continue watching there. Like I said, I'll be here for about another 30 minutes, and then I gotta step on out. He had the worst type of charges anybody could have, and they were what is the toilet flushing? The toilet flushing, we save that's reserved for people that have like the worst type of charges. So in this I can't even call him a gentleman. This human piece of garbage. That's what we used it on him because what do you do when you go to the toilet? You drop one, you flush one, and you get rid of it. So that's what the toilet flush is for. Correct wording. That's right. You know, normally I don't like to refer to people like that, but in this case, I'll go ahead and make an exception. I don't like talking about people like that. I prefer, you know, to treat everybody with dignity and respect. But those people that victimize those, you know, the either children or the weak or those that can't defend themselves. They got nothing coming, if you will. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Let's go ahead and hit that follow button. Did they grant him parole? So, okay, so in Utah, it's different than other states. They don't let us know on the spot. It takes 2 to 4 weeks before they announce whether they're going to get found suitable or not. So right now their microphone's off, and this happens a lot through with the Utah hearings. They turn off the microphone. I get a lot of comments saying they can't hear nothing. They can't hear anything because the board hearings, they'll turn off the microphone, so we can't hear whatever they're discussing when they're not in one of these hearings. Once the hearing starts, they normally turn the microphones on, but there has been instances where they forget to turn on the microphone, so we'll miss a bit or a part of the hearing, if you will. So if you do jump on over, just be aware that Utah is operated a little bit different than these other states. Hopefully what I'm telling you guys it's making sense. And like I was saying, if you guys haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. And if you're not tapping, you must be napping. Hey, what I'm putting out right here is free. I'm putting it out for free. I'm not charging anything. So if you're not following, it's like if you're shoplifting from me or you're stealing from me. Would you do that? If you walked into Ralph's, Walmart, Kroger's, Addie's. Hey, thank you for that, Kat. Highly appreciate that right there. Who was that that sent that? Let me see. I missed the name. Hold up. Nelly is back. I highly appreciate that. I've never seen that cat before. It's that little cat, the one that has the little arm that goes. I love that cat. Let me see. Then will they always do it if it was, yeah. Hey, don't let him out. Screw that. Did you guys see the court, this Utah? We were on last week and the guy started arguing with the board member. And the board member started going off on him. If you haven't checked it out, I believe I clipped it on my main account. I possibly clicked it on the small account. But definitely had us laughing last week. Let me see. Melissa wrote he failed parole 2 times, and to me it sounded like he was. Yup. I did research for a class about recidivism of SOs, and it was surprisingly low. But anyways, it's no. You know what? I don't think that is low. I think it goes unreported. I think that's what happens. I'm pretty sure they do continue their ways. But I think a lot of the times it's either covered up, they don't report it, it's underreported. People they sweep it under the rugs, or under the rugs, yeah, under the rug. So I think it's a lot more common than we know. It's a scary world out there when you really start analyzing things and the things that people are capable of behind closed doors when they think that nobody's watching. What would do? Let me see. Would you happen to know? Would you happen to be kind to someone named Kyle from LA living in Texas? I just subscribed to your YTA. Thank you, Kara. Highly appreciate that. I don't get why they don't ask questions about the way he feels. I think a lot of times they will lie anyways about it. The law is giving up. Hey, what's up, Zoe from Ireland? Welcome back. Hey, what's up, Tober? How's it going? And a shout out to everybody, and especially everybody that's coming in from the UK, Great Britain, Ireland, New Zealand, Australia, from down under, Europe. Why was he getting a parole hearing so soon? You know what? In some places, those type of crimes, for some odd reason, they're not considered violent offenses, which doesn't make sense. I think that's probably one of the worst violent offenses you could commit on somebody. UK hearing. And you know what? I got a question for you guys in the UK. I read up a little bit on the way UK gang. That's right. I read up the way that these type of individuals are protected, or their identity is protected out there. Why is it? I heard that you can't, like when there's these type of cases, you can't publicize it. And if you do publicize it, you could get arrested. Is that true? What's the name on YT again? It's at CollectCallFrom, the same as here. At CollectCallFrom. The difference between here and there is at CollectCallFrom, period, on YT, period, if you will. Yes, it's bio here in the UK. Yeah, that's true. In New York, you can't post when they're released. Yeah, in the UK, you can. In the UK, all of that stuff, they keep it under close guard. You can't put any of that information out. If you do put that information out, like this, what I'm doing right now, if I was in the UK, I would be locked up. I'll probably get more time than them, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, that's true. They changed their name. Oh yeah, and they changed their name. That's crazy. let me see. They get hardly any, if any, jail time here in the UK. It's ridiculous. It's man, yep. That they're protecting PDFers. Have you heard at the Scandinavian prison system? Nah, I haven't. What's going on over there? Because we don't take that lightly in prison. They get all separated. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If you mean they sign a registration and it's supposed to be watched by the police. Yeah, they're all protected. It's disgusting if they go to jail. It's to prevent them from going underground, then harder to see them reoffending. Are they more hearings? Yeah, we're just waiting for it to start back up. There's quite a few more hearings. It'll probably be run. This will probably be running for maybe another 4 hours, I would say, if I had to guess. They very rarely go to jail here in the UK. Damn, that's interesting. Sad too. Definitely a tragedy. 80% aren't even reported anymore. Everyone gets called a liar, which is exactly what a victim is. Which is exactly what it is. A V crime. The victim and the family need to be able to speak to the board. And let me see, they get let out under lenience, then they always reoffend. Have you seen any hearings that are unfair? Not that stand out, but to be quite honest with you, I mean these hearings, they're very. I mean, we're all human, so we all carry certain judgments about people, just by reading paperwork. So I don't think you could never be fair on one of these hearings. I don't think so, because I know if I was on one of these boards, and somebody came on with some messed up charges, I couldn't be fair to them. Hell no, no way. It's only human nature. So there's no way. I'm back. That's right. There's a load of groups online that catch them and then turn them over to the police. Where's that at, Mark? Is that here in the US or in the UK? Agreed, I couldn't either. I can't be fair. And anybody that says they could be fair, I think they would be lying. I would have to call them out on that. Unless they're one. I mean, if you're one, then I would see you having sympathy for one. But if you're against those type of activities, then I wouldn't hold it against you if you had a chip on your shoulder and you held it against them and you use that chip to treat them unfairly, if you will. It's more like therapy system, like a freaking hotel. You should look into it on YouTube. Okay, I'm going to look into that, Anita. There are creators on here that catch them live. Okay, I think
all right, we are on the record.
Okay, we're back on.
Place set it for an original parole hearing on Stephen Bedeker.
Yes,
sir. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Yes, sir. Stephen Bedeker, 259-299. My name is Bradley Rich. I'll be conducting a hearing here today, and since I'll be taking testimony from you, let me ask you to raise your right hand. Be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Thank you.
Yes, I do. Thank you. We'll conduct the hearing here today, and you'll receive notice in writing. We say within 4 to 6 weeks. I endeavor to get a report out and submit it to the other board members as quickly as possible. Let me welcome here today several family members and friends who are here. Shirley Bedeker, Jenna Bedeker, mother and sister, Ryan Quizrell and Katie Jones, and John Jensen. Friends, you understand that the rules don't allow you to speak here today, but your presence here is much appreciated and will be taken into account. We also have here today Courtney Fletcher, victim, and Ashley Fletcher, sister of the victim. And we also have, who else do I have here? Who haven't I identified so far? Oh, yes. All right. The rules do allow victims to speak, and since I'm going to be taking testimony from you, let me ask you, do you desire to speak on the record here today? That was my understanding. Let me ask you to take the witness stand right there if you would. And we are on the record, and you certainly may identify yourself if you desire to do so, but you're not required to do that. Do you understand that? All right, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear the truth, to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing? Thank you. Let me give you a brief summary where I think we stand, that I want to hear from.
Retire if you
From
will.
the victim, and then from you in response. You are here committed on 2 charges, both of them third-degree felonies, aggravated assault, and a violation of sentencing and probation violations, also a third-degree felony. A maximum expiration date of July 29th, 2028. You have guidelines of 22 months, which would take you to the 29th of May of this year. And so with that, let me turn to the victim and ask you to put on the record any statement you'd like to make.
This is Utah.
Before I say anything, I request that if he does get out on parole, can we do GPS monitoring?
We can do that, and we can certainly will also have a no contact order in place. Yeah, and if you would speak up, this is being recorded, and but your voice is not amplified here, so.
Is that better?
That's great, thank you.
I don't feel comfortable or safe with him getting released. And my reasonings being, I mean, it's a repetitive cycle. This isn't the only case we've had together. He's followed me to multiple jobs. He's followed me to stores. He's followed me to family members' homes where he didn't even know where they lived. He also has sent pictures of family members to show that he knew where they lived and who they were without me knowing or telling him who they were. I literally don't eat. I don't sleep. I'm so uncomfortable. I can't. I don't feel safe walking around doing anything with my kids, at all, without seeing him or fearing that he's going to come around in vengeance or something else. I don't know his relationship with his kid's mom now at this point, and I don't know if that's going to come back on me. I don't want to be blamed for something and then him have anger and resentment towards me and then come back after me again.
No. Well, let me say, you're entitled to feel comfortable and not to have ongoing fears of Mr. Bedeker. And I'm hoping that at some stage he'll be able to move on beyond that. I know that's difficult. It's an easy thing for me to say and a hard thing for you to do. But I want to reassure you that the Board of Pardons rule is that we will do everything we can to see to it that there's not a recurrence of this.
I hope not, because I have multiple other cases where he has repetitive accounts of stalking and breaking protective orders. So I just want to make sure in my case and my own kids' lives, I don't want to risk it.
Yeah, it's understandable. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Bedeker, we move to you. And let me say, in reinforcement of what the victim has just said, by my count, you're in here on a single criminal case with 2 third-degree felony counts. By my count, you have 8 cases in which you've been convicted of assault, domestic violation in the presence of a child, stalking, infliction of injury on a child, violation of protective order, aggravated assault.
Who is this guy?
It's not like this was just a single incident. You have been at this by my rough calculations, for several years. And I'm hoping that you can address that, A, so that the board can feel comfortable releasing you at some point, and B, so that the victim and her family can feel comfortable with that. You've heard that. I mean, it seems to me like you have substantially ruined her ability to enjoy her life, and you have continued to do that for a period of time. And I will say to you, that concerns me, and I think it'll concern the rest of the board as well. What do you have to say?
Yes, sir. It was a reoccurring theme and something that was done repeatedly in 3 different cases and 8 charges of that. I fully understand the reason why I was sentenced to prison and understand the seriousness and the gravity of the crimes I committed. And in retrospect, you know, I'm truly sorry and remorseful to the victim and everybody else that was involved in just all the consequences associated with my actions and my crimes. I truly wish I could take away that pain, and I understand that there's a lot of anxiety and stress and fear, and that sense of safety has been taken away. And I'm truly sorry for that, and I always will be.
Why do you think that the light didn't come on for you sooner? I mean, you continue to do this over and over again when you had been told in court that your behavior was unacceptable and, in fact, criminal activity. Why did you continue to do it?
I spent a lot of time reflecting on that. A lot of classes, a lot of therapy sessions, a lot of deep work, a lot of difficult work. I think initially, and even initially during my incarceration, there was a lot of minimizing and denying and blame shifting and gaslighting. Just honestly a totality of excuses and not taking my actions as serious as they were and what they were doing to somebody else in their life.
Yeah. Well, let me say on a positive note, you really have done a lot of programming while you've been incarcerated. And you have, I think by my count, 9 positive C notes. You've been an exemplary prisoner. And while you've heard me recite all the reasons why your behavior prior to that was totally unacceptable, your behavior while in prison has allowed me to harbor some hope that you're capable of different and better if you're released. You're only 30 years old, and you have a relatively short sentence, 2028. And there's a certain sense in which you get to choose whether this behavior will bring you back here again and again and again. And I will tell you, you're only in on a 5-year sentence, and you're obviously going to be back out on the street at some point, and then it's going to be up to you. And you've already gone some distance towards demonstrating that you've really established some insight while you've been in here. And that's evidenced by the reports in the prison as well. And I'm hoping that you can translate that into positive behavior on the outside. I guess what I'm hoping you can share with me is what was going on in your head that triggered your inappropriate criminal behavior against the victim?
Yeah, I don't think I was taking full accountability of any previous
That was a long pause.
actions taken, any crimes committed, all the damage I caused. I don't think I was taking it serious initially, and then allowed it to continue to happen where now I'm able to work with the therapist and take that serious, take, several classes like anger management and victim impact where I wasn't taking that serious when I wasn't incarcerated, and not being able to control my emotions or my stress.
Yeah.
And really to weaponize that anger on somebody else, which wasn't acceptable. It's not acceptable to ever do that. And
All right, two follow-up issues that I'm hoping that you can clarify for me. The first is, you've described a variety of things that were going on there, and I'm trying to decide whether this was some sort of compulsion that you had, or was it a desire to control the victim, or what it was. And issue number two for me is, how will that change in the future? What skills have you acquired that will prevent you or will allow you to avoid that behavior in the future?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
All right. I'm trying to follow up and sort of figure out what it was that motivated you and what you have learned in the meantime that would allow you not to engage in that behavior, either with this victim or the next woman that you take up with.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Originally, for a long time, even just, I'm in a domestic violence class right now. I actually became a certified peer support specialist and kind of help co-facilitate that class. And that's actually really given me an insight into empathy and into accountability, and that there's no one to blame for my actions except for myself. And in there, we learned about a cycle of violence and the wheel of violence. And I think I denied really the control aspect of it, but I think a lot of it had to do with control, jealousy, envy, anger, and not being able to control my emotions. Emotional regulation was a big part. And where I didn't know how to have conflict resolution and healthy communication, respect boundaries that were provided. Plenty of times that the court didn't establish boundaries, but they were presented. And just being able to learn, kind of what triggered all of my crimes and my actions, and get to the root cause of those and really work and focus on that, especially with a lot of the classes I have taken. And I plan on continuing therapy. I do have a recommendation at the VOA to go to a therapist there that focuses and specializes on domestic violence. And so I'm planning on continuing doing that work and finding a domestic violence group and class that I can go to and continue doing that. And I believe it's a lifelong journey for me. It doesn't just stop with me being granted parole and leaving prison. It's not just being parole compliant, it's continuing that work the rest of my life. And it took me a long time, and it didn't take me until I ended up in prison. And I realized that I don't want my sons to do the things that I did, and that I needed to be the man that I want them to be. Captain Your Stories helped a lot with that vision and the I am, and just realizing that I need to demonstrate them the kind of man that I want them to be, and that I have to make some serious changes in my life.
Yeah. Well, you certainly have been a good role model in the past.
Good role
and you've
model.
gone some distance towards convincing me that you've sorted through these issues and you have understanding about them. Anything specific that you would intend to do other than just generally continuing therapy when you get out? What are you going to do if you arrive at a situation where you want to lash out at somebody, I think some woman somewhere, over whatever issues you perceive in your mind? What are you going to do different next time?
Yeah, and that's a definitely understandable concern and a legitimate one. Thankfully, I have amazing family and friend support, and people that are healthy and demonstrate healthy relationships and healthy communication and boundaries, that, they're mentors of mine and that I can rely on. There's a lot of skills that I've learned while incarcerated and at the prison. You know, skills such as like mindfulness and meditation, stress management skills, cold therapy skills, and things that I'm going to continue to take in other classes that I do plan on taking whenever I'm released, not just therapy, but amongst other things, and to really focus on that. You know, I've been in solid and I've learned how to, through mediations in the past year, and with the CPSS work, is to go into conflict resolution and really seek to understand before you're understood, and